seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and fly on.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we've been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? That energy style with discussing is whack.
So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business like it just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business like it just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. This still is sacred.
We said what we said,
It's time
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds. We forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the roots. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirit's what we realize. All we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our right. We up here. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundational Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our pains and power, our roots and trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace now, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pay. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never matter. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go.
Do you like that? Do you like that?
Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Killing my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Only y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study dope, drip vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic Shills, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a pool face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
All right, thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Chroma, and we're joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankoria, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which I'm the co-executive.
Greetings.
We might be joined with Lady Che. We'll see. She will be our other host, and we might have some guests. We shall see. Shabaka, you got background noise, and on this.
Oh, wait, it's the idiot box. Hold on. Go ahead, brother.
Episode 21, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. We'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 2, and that is California Democrats may be punished at polls due to Black voters finally waking up. Great news. Great news. Then we got Democratic Shills must be panicking after Kamala Harris used our talking points on voting. Talking about vote needs to be transactional. Oh, all of a sudden, vote needs to be transactional, Kamala. Then we got an update on Carmelo Anthony's case. Bad news. It just got worse.
What?
Then we got BAFTAs are trying to invent black support. That's the ones that allowed the dude with Tourette's to call Michael B. Jordan, and I can't remember the other brother's name. Delray, I think it was Delroy
Lindo.
Yeah, the N-word.
The counter to that is a left hook followed by a right hand. That will get his mind right.
Without a delay. And then we got Hispanics in Los Angeles get exposed by Afroman for being racist and stealing FBA culture. Afroman wants Mexican rapper Lefty Gunplay canceled. DRUSKI finally gets revenge on Jake Paul's punk ass by doing this after he did blackface. Denver, top 10 soul food restaurants, black-owned restaurants. And last but certainly not least, our Unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and our Denver and local Aurora and Denver and Aurora news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. Give the news from a frontline at Black First perspective. We are a part of the New Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the New Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now, and we have several platforms that are a part of the frontline campaign. Frontline Black News being the first, one of the first, which we started at the end of 2020, early 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News, Frontline Black News 2, the backup channel. Make sure y'all sub up to that, just in case they try to take Frontline Black News down again. And we got my personal page, which is currently struck for a few more days, Jesse Parashek at H.A. and Kruma. That's where we stream all the city council meetings and local Denver and Aurora Black events. And then we got Lady Chase backup channels, Seduction Doll. Make sure y'all sub up to that so she can start going live on that channel. And make sure y'all sub up to her main channel, the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. She did 2 RBAs last week, so make sure y'all check them out. And she probably have some more coming this week. And then Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette 1. Make sure y'all sub up to that so Shabaka can start going live on YouTube. Then we got our cousin, our local out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Then we got our brother out the Mile High, Kukizi, who was just on with us last night. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel, Kukizi 5100. Then we got our brother Breeze Omega out of Virginia, by way of New York, who was live earlier as well, and I was chopping it up with him and Big E. Shout out to Big E.
Right.
Breeze Omega on YouTube. He just surpassed 1,000 subscribers. So congratulations to Breeze Omega on that. And he is a regular contributor over here on Frontline Black News. And then we got our brother, the Church of Black Power, who's out of Watts, California, now in Houston, Texas. He was live yesterday as well. I was chopping it up with him as well. Make sure y'all sub up to his channel. He just surpassed 2,000 subscribers. He should be almost at 3,000 subscribers now. So salute to the Church of Black Power. Then we got last but certainly not least, our brother Black Truth United, who's been on hiatus, but yet he came up with the B1 Rolodex, which I played the ad for, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. So the links to submit your business to the Rolodex are in the description. The link to the Rolodex itself is in the description, and yours truly is in there. because like I stated yesterday, I'm officially on the ballot for House District 8, House of Representatives here in the state of Colorado. So make sure if you're not already registered to vote here in the state of Colorado, you get registered so you can vote for me. And the district I'm going to be representing is East Denver. So that's the east side and Park Hill. And then we got counsel the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American caucus. The link to that is also in the description to the change.org petition. Then we got my niece Brooks call to action for the Freedmen's Fund in New York. So make sure y'all hit that link and submit them letters. The link to Brooks' call to action is in the description. And then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. The link to her GoFundMe is also in the description. Donate to that if you haven't already. And last but certainly not least, we got the elder that's 103 years old in South Central Los Angeles, South Los Angeles, who's on the verge of losing her home of almost 40 years. So if you donate to her GoFundMe, that would be great so she can keep her home. And then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 areas of human or people activity, and that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity, and that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago at the age of 95, ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, i.e. the police, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Neely Fuller Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great master teacher, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80. And she would have been 90 as of 2 weeks ago. And the link to the ISIS papers, the code, colors of the code is in the description. And shout out to our FBA brother, Tariq Nasheed, for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City. We got Twin Pyramid in here early. We got Mac 285 in here early. And we got our brother Cow Dog from the town in here early. Salute to all of y'all.
Yeah, salute. Greetings from Sin City. It's 57 degrees here. It's mostly cloudy. The wind is blowing, so if the signal acts up, man, you know, that there would be the reason being. Okay, first place, man, like you said, Brother Che, hold your vote. Okay, you know, it's because what's happening out there in California right now, you know, the case of the congressman having a problem, man, you know, with that female who was drunk, and so he he dropped out. Okay, so it ain't no telling what kind of bullshit is going to come out the damn state of California. The sad part about California is that when they have their elections at the state level, then of course at the federal level, you know, for the congressional seats, for some odd reason, California starts setting trends. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It starts setting trends. It's like a phenomenon. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we about to get on California right now, Shabaka. So that's a perfect.
But I was also stolen from the.
To that, so
made a motherfucker shake off into the water.
So California Democrats may be punished at the polls due to Black people waking up. Black voters rather waking up. So Sister Demetria K gonna give us an update on that.
Hello, everyone. I am Demetria K, and I hope that you are having a great day. Thank you for joining me on the African Diaspora News Channel, where it is my pleasure to spend this time with you. You can catch me here Tuesday through Thursday, 11 a.m. Central Time. Again, Tuesday through Thursday, 11 a.m. Central Time. And of course, on my own channel, the Demetra K Show on Facebook and YouTube, from Sunday through Tuesday, 5 p.m. Central Time. Again, Sunday through Tuesday, 5 p.m. Central Time. Today, we're going to be talking about California Democrats may be punished at the polls due to Black voters finally waking up. This is going to be very interesting, and I'm so glad that we are starting to see our people wake up. But in the meantime, hey, Sister Shirley, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. While we're waiting for more people to trickle on in, just want to remind you where we will be in the near future. Of course, next month, May, we will be at the Ohio Black Expo in Columbus, Ohio, to be exact, May 23rd, along with so many other talented people. So you can find myself, Brother Phil, Sister Vicky, Sister Emma, Brother Kellen, where we're just going to have a great conversation with you all. So you must go to OhioBlackExpo.com to get your tickets, OhioBlackExpo.com to get your tickets, please, and thank you. Next, we will be in Toronto, Canada for the ADNC Narrative Power Summit, where we will have another great conversation with you on July 25th. Again, if you want to be there and just have a great conversation, please get your tickets at africandiasporanews.org/Canada, africandiasporanews.org/Canada, where we cannot wait to see you and just, have a great time. So thank you in advance. And then lastly,
in Panther Town. Okay.
I am, in a sense. We have our app, African Diaspora News Channel app, where you can go to your Google or your Apple Play Store to receive it.
Vegas ain't
and it's $9.99 a month, not a lot of money in comparison to a whole lot of things that you can spend $9.99 on. But if you're going to spend the money, please spend it with Black owned, spend it with us. As we have been told, Black Americans have less than 3% of the media that's out there. And so with this will help us boost up our media share, if you will. It is important to invest in Black media because this is where you'll get the news you can use about you, specifically catered to you and not watered down from everybody else. So please and thank you in advance. All right, so let's get into it. Aggie, what's going on with you? Mike Nice in the building, King Noble and Clowners. I am so happy to see you. Okay, well, I saw this article. I actually saw it trending in a few places, specifically for people who live in California. Okay, now I'm going to put this up. Now it is by that of Stephen O'Doontan, and it's from LA Focus. Basically, it says who's showing up for Black voters and who pays the price if they don't. Okay, now this is a really good article, and I'm going to summarize it for you. But it basically says Black voter disengagement raises stake in wide open governor's race. So this has to do with the race in California regarding the governor's race. From what I understand, originally it was like 40-something people running, but now it's dwindled down to only 10. If that ain't confusing, right? So nevertheless, I'm going to summarize it for you.
Only 4, and then 2.
To this brother for putting this together. But basically says the article says Black voter disengagement is growing, and many Black voters do not feel excited or motivated about the upcoming governor's race. This lack of enthusiasm could significantly impact who wins, especially in a crowded and unpredictable election. Again, because Gavin Newsom is termed out. He cannot run again. He may be trying to run to be the president of the United States. That means that we all could be in trouble, not just Californians. Anyway, now the main reason Black voters are not excited, it says number one, lack of outreach to Black communities. Many Black voters say candidates are not showing up in their neighborhoods. A Watts community leader says no candidates have visited, canvassed, or even held events. Residents said campaigns feel distant and disconnected from their daily lives. One voter said they're running, but they're not really here. So again, we know that they're running, but ain't nobody paying attention to Black folks in California. This is what they're saying, right? Now, it says this has created a sense that Black communities are being ignored again and again and again and again. Now, I added all the agains on there. He didn't, but I did. Number
I'm
two,
definitely familiar with East
lack of
Oakland,
trust in
man.
both political
Bancroft,
parties. Some Black
73rd
voters
Street,
say they
International
don't trust
Boulevard,
Democrats
Northwell,
or
Cal Dog.
Republicans. One foundational Black American, and this is what he had identified himself as, right? So the word is spreading. Again, one foundational Black American said, voter rather said, I don't trust either party right now. He also said reparations is a key issue and candidates ignoring it are already eliminated for him. So he says if they're not talking about reparations, well, then don't talk to me, right? I'm not going to show up. So again, the word is spreading that if you ain't talking about reparations for Black Americans, then stop talking. Okay, you talk to everybody else you're going to show up for. Okay, now this shows frustration with both parties not addressing Black specific concerns. No secret there, right? Because that's just what they do. Number three, reparations are not being addressed. Black voters said reparations is important, but candidates are mostly talking about housing, crime, and affordability. Now, of course, that is for everybody. That's not just for Black folks, right? Because that's that people of color, the minority, the all lives legislation type
People
of stuff.
of
Okay.
color, get the
So
fuck
also
out of
reparations is not a central issue in the race. No one's really talking about it in
Cal
California
Dog.
or,
Yep.
you know, all over the country, except for if you're a Representative Jaya Paul there in Washington State, where she says she wants to get illegal immigrants reparations for the trauma that they've been through. Okay. Now, also says this has left some Black voters feeling their issues are not a priority. Candidates are avoiding Black specific concerns, and they are, okay, especially in California. And I'm going to get into a little bit more of that in just a second. Number four, feeling taken for granted. Community leaders said Black voters are tired of being used only during elections. One leader said engagement is transactional. Candidates show up only when they need votes. And we know that's true, not just in California, but all over, right? They say, hello, would you like some fish? Okay. Now, also, another political leader warned Black voters are tired of being taken for granted. That was a quote. Number five, lack of representation and visibility. There was also controversy when a major debate excluded candidates of color. This is what the article is saying. So what had happened was there was a debate at USC, and they only invited, from what it seemed to be, white candidates. So the other candidates were like, wait a minute, what about us? And nevertheless, the debate got all together. I guess it was like, well, if we can't have all white people here, then we won't do it at all, I guess. Okay. So let's see. So, okay, the debate only stage ended up with white candidates. Critics said this sent a message about whose voices mattered. It hurt enthusiasm among voters of color. Number six, too many candidates. It says voter confusion. Again, it sounds like at one time it was like 40 something. Now it's 10. Some Black leaders said there are too many candidates. Voters don't know who to support. This reduces excitement and turnout. Number seven, economic concerns still not being addressed. Black voters cited key issues like economic opportunity, housing affordability, education equity, healthcare access, public safety with accountability. They say candidates aren't addressing these issues clearly because, again,
public safety in LA, get rid of the LAPD.
Everybody. Right. Okay, now we've seen, especially there in California, the everybody thing right now means illegal immigrants. Okay, that's who that means. At one point in time, Gavin Newsom was talking about health care for undocumented citizens, and they were going to spend about $2.6 billion to do it. That didn't go over well, and it sounds like they paid for that, right? I'm just going on some other stuff, okay? Now, why this matters. Experts warn that if Black voters don't show up, Republicans two Republicans could even make the final ballot because the way it's set up in California, it doesn't have to be a Republican or a Democrat. It could be two Republicans. And right now, from what I see, two Republican candidates, very Republican, one being very MAGA, right? Chad Bianco. They are polling kind of at the top. So, you know, it could be two Republicans. And we know that California is very, very blue. Okay. Now, so it says the election outcome could be shaped by Black voters' absence rather than strong support for any candidate. One NAACP leader warned Republicans may not win because they're stronger, they may win because Democrats don't show up. Okay, so just wanted to give you the summary of the article. Again, thank you to this dear brother for putting that article together. So again, Black voters there in California are like, get somebody else to do it, right? Because we have good reason not to show up, as I stated there. But I would say more importantly, the message is really disseminating from people like, myself here on the African Diaspora News Channel, Brother Field, Sister Vicky, and a whole bunch of other people in the space that are trying to wake our people up. And of course, it didn't start with us. There's this awakening has been taking place for a very long time. Well, I want to kind of go through some things as to why Black people in California, voters, I should say, might not want to do it. Firstly, we talk about this a lot, right? Benign neglect, a non-interventionist approach suggesting that reducing active government interference or oversight in a specific issue can yield better, more natural results. So basically, we know that was from Daniel Patrick Moynihan in the 1960s, 70s. He came up with a report called the Moynihan Report that basically looked into the ills, if you will, of Black America and why we needed help, but they decided to come up with the term benign neglect that says, well, we know they have issues, but we ain't gonna do nothing about it. We're just hoping it'll go away, right? Close our eyes, bury our head in the sand, and maybe it'll just solve itself. Well, that hasn't worked. It has not solved itself. In fact, things for Black Americans have gotten worse due to the neglect, right? Not pooling resources and, our reparations and a whole host of other things. And so there in California, they have continued to use benign neglect. Now, I know we hear a lot about that coming from the Nixon administration, but Daniel Patrick Moynihan, or Patrick Daniel, one of the two, Moynihan, nevertheless.
And keep in mind, what was Nixon's campaign in 68?
Democrat,
law and order.
Now, I know a lot of times people have that conversation with the KKK didn't start with the Democrats or it did start with the Democrats, but that man was a Democrat and he decided, well, we'll just do benign neglect, okay? In case you were wondering.
Yeah,
Next,
dog, bring them up if
Black
you can,
voters
man.
in California might feel a little bit disengaged due to seeing things like this.
Mayor Bass. Any comment, Mayor Bass? Thank you. Mayor Bass, any comment?
Yes, my comment is they need to leave, and they need to leave right now. They need to leave because this is unacceptable.
Who did you speak with? Who did you speak with on the phone just now? Who did you speak with on the phone? Wow.
Also, we're going to have a reinstitution of the Angelino card, something that Mayor Garcetti started during COVID that will actually provide cash assistance to people. Because, you have people who don't want to leave their homes, who are not going to work, and they are in need of cash. It's a couple $100. I don't know the exact amount.
Okay. So that was Mayor Karen Bass of Los Angeles, California. It sounds like she's not polling that well either, right? Because she's running again for her second term. But that was her originally. She was in Leimert Park, where ICE raids converged upon Los Angeles, California last summer. And she was there in the park. Y'all need to leave. Get out right now. Now, of course, they were looking for illegal immigrants, right? Of course, y'all remember when Trump was campaigning? He says, hey, when I get up in there, we're going to do a mass deportation effort in juxtaposition to that of Biden's mass immigration effort. So once he got into office, he being Trump, that's what he did, right? He sent ICE, Border Patrol, and whatever else out there to round up people who are not supposed to be here. They were warned, hey, you might need to be getting on out of here. If you don't, we're going to get you on out of here. So Los Angeles, it popped off, and it popped off in a big way. And then, of course, with that, Karen Bass was like, okay, well, since, the illegal immigrants are afraid to go outside, we'll issue the Angelino card. The Angelino card was something that they used during the pandemic, and she decided to dust it off, right? And she says that it was going to be private donors, right? Private donors were going to be putting the money on the card, a couple $100 or so. She didn't really know to give to these illegal immigrants that were afraid to leave the house, because if they left the house, they might get gaffled up by ICE. So she was going to help them out so they can, buy food and maybe pay some bills and something. Like, that's more than a couple $100, right? I don't know if they're still getting it. But that's what she did for the illegal immigrants. But ask if Black Californians got an Angelino card because they need the money. Black folks need money everywhere, right? But did they get a card specifically for them? No, they did not.
No.
So that's probably a reason why Black Californians are like, I just don't see what's in it for me, right? WIFBA, what's in it for Black Americans? I don't see the reason to even do it. It just let them do it. Oh, the illegal immigrants cannot vote, right? Okay. Another thing. Now, this is an oldie but goodie, and as I said, I'm gonna keep showing this because repetition. Once we keep doing things that are repetitious, then we won't forget. Okay, because we need this message to disseminate about the Democrats. And listen, I feel like I need to say this. We know that the Republicans are no earthly good. They do not like Black Americans either, but we do not give Republicans our vote like we give the Democrats. Okay, I've said it. Now, Black Californians might feel like, well, y'all don't really care about us because you're doing stuff like this.
Just say this. They are targeting
our
leadership,
for that shit.
Both in the Latino community and in the Black community. And while they're targeting them and following them, I'm on the street and I'm following ICE and I'm targeting ICE. And I went to the deportation center. We are resisting. And I want to tell you, you are seeing the biggest coming together of the Black and brown community that we've seen in this city ever.
Maxine,
we are
retired,
organized.
sister,
We are
retired.
coalescing with each other and we're going to fight together. And the question that you're asking,
Maxine,
the protest
retired,
must
sister.
continue.
You led a good fight.
You
It
must
didn't
not
work.
stop.
Retired.
I'm protesting. I've been to 11 of them. I stay on the street, in the alleys, wherever I need to be.
No, you don't.
Now, ask yourself, have you heard about Maxine Waters being at 11? And this was
right
like
about that, Cal,
sometime
dog.
last year. Have you, or
That's
maybe it
for
was this
real.
year. Have you heard about her being at 11 protests for reparations for Black Americans there in California, especially since the California Legislative Black Caucus, which we're about to get to in a minute, decided that it was a multi-year study and they sabotaged reparations. Did you see Maxine Waters out there in back alleys looking for the California Legislative Black Caucus and Gavin Newsom for kicking Black Californians in the tailbone in regards to reparations? Nah, you ain't seen her out there. So that might be another reason why Black Californians is like, get somebody else to do it. Hey, Maxine, and she's running again too, right? She's up for re-election.
Yeah.
Why don't you go get the illegal immigrants to do it, right? Just chasing ICE off. Oh, God, they can't vote for you right now, right? And we know that, let's just say the Latino community, because that's what's mostly out there in California, they still don't vote for the Democrats overwhelmingly. They're kind of like that, right? So I don't know. Good luck, Maxine. Maybe, I don't know. Will Black voters show up? And then also on the article talking about, the Democrats may be in trouble because, again, they're assuming, and they're right to assume this, but that all Black voters are Democrats. I would probably say mostly, right? But not all. But there's that false sense of entitlement that, Black folks, if they don't show up, the Democrat may not win. What if those Black folks show up for the Republican?
Right.
They might. It's their right to do that, right? They might not say that too loud because, people get mad as chili. Anyway, y'all also might remember this one because, there's a whole lot of reasons there in California why Black voters might just be.
Mr. Bryan, he's mad I brought up the reparations vote. So he's preventing me from speaking. And he's trying to block my access here. Why are you so upset?
You vote for 3 strikes. You put Black folks in prisons,
wasn't
but
here
now
for
you
3
want to be a
strikes.
reparations. But you won't vote for the bill. I supported the bill all session.
Then bring the bill.
Will you vote for the bill, Mr.
Bring the
Senator?
bill.
Will you vote for the bill?
Bring it up.
Will you vote for reparations?
Bring it up.
Bring it up. Let's vote for reparations
Bring it up.
together.
Bring it up.
You in, Bill?
Bring it up.
I didn't think so.
Bring it up. I'll vote for it. Bring it up. I'll vote for it.
Again, that was Assemblyman Isaac Bryan, who was caught by Bill Esseley, who was in the assembly at the time. He was a Republican, but he's caught sabotaging reparations. That was August 31st, 2024, where the California Legislative Black Caucus was supposed to take those reparation bills to Gavin Newsom to either pass them or veto them. And they said, we ain't going to do none of it. We're not going to do none of the above. In fact, we're going to be running around here with our arms crossed. And then when it's all over, well, I don't know, we'll go outside where there was a whole bunch of black folks waiting to see what's going to happen. We'll go outside and say, well, you know, it's
Yeah,
just
exactly, Cal Dog. Yeah.
I'm like, what were you gonna say? Were you gonna lie? And he was out there, he being Isaac Brown. Well, you know, we're gonna keep on fighting. It's like, sucker, you didn't fight at all. You didn't do anything, right?
Right.
So again, Black Californians are seeing that kind of stuff. Like, okay, y'all want us to go and vote, and then, you know, just bringing Gavin Newsom into the fold. He continuously thumbs his nose at Black Californians, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Black Californians are like, okay, y'all want us to show up and put the Democrat back in office to do what?
Exactly.
To do more of what? Ignoring us, pretending we don't exist.
Exactly.
Romping and stomping around for illegal immigrants and everybody else outside of Black Americans. That's what you want us to do? No. And we're going to get to her in just a second.
Yeah,
okay. Now, speaking of the California Legislative Black Caucus, this is kind of newer, if you will, and hot off the press. Well, as you see here, there's a bill in California that will cover legal costs for illegal immigrants. You heard it right. For illegal immigrants.
And these motherfuckers can't give us no goddamn reparations, man. That's why I say fuck all them motherfuckers.
Is Assembly Bill 2600, proposed by Assembly Member Mia Bonta, Democrat from Oakland, would expand access to publicly funded attorneys for individuals facing immigration proceedings in California. Okay, so that means that's taxpayers' money that she wants to put up, and she is Puerto Rican. Okay, so she, I guess, is Afro-Latina, right? She also is a part of the California Legislative Black Caucus, and she was also there in 2024, where they said, it's a multi-year study, where she was also there, where they decided not to put
that's
the bill
that foot dragging shit.
To sign or veto them. Yeah,
to make us forget about it.
She also wants to propose legal representation, right? That's funded by California taxpayers for illegal immigrants. And this is what she said even more so regarding that. Every person deserves their day in court with a lawyer by their side. In California, thousands of our neighbors are being swept into one of the most complex legal systems in the country, often in a second language, without an attorney or a fair shot. The Trump administration's mass deportation machine is accelerating that injustice. AB 2600 represents California's chance to stand up for our values, a commitment to due process, dignity, and the principle that justice shouldn't depend on what you can afford. Excuse me, lady.
Right, like what the fuck?
How you gloss over in that little paragraph that they're illegal immigrants?
Right.
And that they're here illegally. But you want them to have a fair shot and all this other stuff while you kicking Black Californians in the tailbone as you sit on the California Legislative Black Caucus, not doing a doggone thing for Black folks, but you talking like that? But you want Black Californians to spend money so that how many Black Californians, I'm from California, okay? How many Black Californians could go to her and say, listen,
Exactly, Cal Dog. Exactly.
I got into a dust up. I had a run in with the police. Can I get some money from this fund? Then what do you think her answer would be?
No.
Her answer would be, oh no, we gotta see where we get the money. I don't know what we're gonna do. And if you was Black in California and needed some legal help, yeah, you could get a DA or public defender. You can get a public defender, but come on now, we know how that ends up most of the time. How about this plea deal? Okay, that's how it ends up most of the time. But she is fighting for illegal immigrants to get legal assistance from taxpayers who funded.
Ain't that a bitch?
I have to just take a break on that one.
I know, Demetri. I feel you. I'm like, what the fuck?
Okay, I'm back to break.
Man, that fucked me up right there.
And then they wonder why.
Really did.
Black Californians are like, get somebody else to do it, right?
So
What's in it for me? See, because I'm gonna be told I'm crazy by somebody, right? Somebody gonna say, "Oh, you tripping," or we might hear, as Brother Phil say, Boule Martin talk about how we this, we that, we anti-black, and they just right. And somebody gonna say that, but as I'm showing y'all, do we blame black folks for not wanting to show up for the Democrats?
No.
Like, black people will be blamed for that, right? If a Republican gets in, and some people say, hey, maybe the Republicans need to get in and straighten California back. I don't know, right? But if they get in, you know what they're going to say? Oh, well, black people didn't show up. Black voters didn't show up. They simple Simons. They idiots, and they woo, 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 everything but a child of God, but never addressing none of this stuff I'm talking about.
Right.
They're not going to address that because we're just expected just to show up, right? Y'all remember that lady when they was talking about the infusion? Because I don't know if we can still say that when the pandemic was going on. I don't know if I'm gonna find it one day. It was this black lady. She had a whole bunch of white men behind her. This old, Gloda Dean. She was like, I'm gonna stick out my arm. I'm not gonna ask what's in the infusion. I'm just gonna take the infusion.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't even know if she's still with us. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's what they want black voters to do.
Hit
Don't ask what's on the ballot. Don't ask what's in the booth. Just go in there and check blue no matter who. All the way down. Just check blue. Don't ask what the blue gonna do for you.
And vote.
Just keep on checking. That's what they want you to do. They don't want you to question these things that I'm showing you, right? Okay. Now I got one more thing. Black people in California probably just like, get them to do it, right?
Right.
Now, this is an article from June 2023, and it says an obstacle to black reparations in California is to convince the Latinos and the Asians. Okay, now it says a California panel has recommended reparations. This is before they did the sabotaging. Okay, a California panel has recommended reparation payments for up to $1.2 million for some black residents, but advocates face an uphill battle in gaining the support of the state's Latino and Asian residents. Why?
Why
y'all hate us so much? We ain't did none of y'all, but I've seen them. Well, that's our tax dollars. Why shouldn't we do A, B, C, and D? They weren't slaves, and we didn't own no slave. They taking on the language of the oppressor now, right? So, yeah, they're in California. The people who will benefit the most from the Democrats, I'd imagine, they don't want to help black folks, but guess what? Black folks will help them. How, you say? Because black voters vote the most for the Democratic Party. Follow me here. And the Democratic Party helps everybody else but black folks, specifically black Americans, the most, right? So here's the Asian and Latino community in California saying, well, we don't want it, and we don't think, and we don't understand why. But they'll get direct help from black Americans because of how we vote. We vote for our own demise to help everybody else, okay? That's how you have a Karen Bass that says, I'm going to get an Angelino card for them because, the illegal immigrants, because they're afraid to come outside.
Yeah, you're right about that, Cal.
When we know that there's a lot of black Americans there in California at one point in time, especially Los Angeles, that were afraid to go outside because it had Latino gang members, the NKs, y'all can fill in the blank, can't say that on here. Had the NKs that was targeting black folks.
Yep.
How many of them were afraid to go outside? And they heard about some Molotov cocktails going through black folks' windows at the hands of Latino. How many of them were afraid to go outside? I wonder, and I know Karen Bass wasn't the mayor then, but how many of them got an Angelino card and said, hey, it's kind of dangerous in these streets, but we gonna help you here. You don't even have to lead it. No, we didn't get that.
No.
Right? So there's going to be this shock and awe if black Californians don't show up for the Democrats. Listen, I can't tell people what to do, but if I was still in California, I wouldn't be doing it.
Right.
For what?
For what?
And then lastly, California's favorite home girl. Y'all know who that is? It ain't me. I know a lot of people think it's me, but it's not. Here we go.
Policy that will benefit black people will benefit all of society.
Yeah.
Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people.
No.
That was California's favorite homegirl, okay? And I call her homegirl because that's what the black folks there that were in Sacramento, they were waiting for those bills to be signed or vetoed or whatever it was. When they found out that the sabotaging went on, one of them said, oh, yeah, he was talking to the California Legislative Black Caucus. Oh, yeah, your homegirl, yeah, she gonna pay for that. Now, mind you, she was running to be the president then, right? And they said, oh, yeah, we're going to make sure she pays for that since this is the games y'all want to play with us. We're going to make sure she pays. But, you know, before she went to be the vice president of the United States, she was a senator there in California. She sure was. And that was 2019 as she was still the senator sitting up there saying she ain't going to do nothing specifically for black folks or people. No. So, yeah, black Californians, they don't forget all of that. All of this is a conglomeration.
Because what's her name died?
Conglomerate of things and reasons as to why black Californians are saying, get somebody else to do it. Like, what's really in it for me? Right? With Buck. What's in it for black Americans? Oh, nothing. So, okay, I just want to repeat this because it bears repeating. I, as a black Californian who probably is a Democrat, I'm expected to show up for the Democrats. Yeah. Am I going to get a fish fry? I don't know. Okay. So I'm going to show up for the Democrats. Yes. The Democrats going to show up for everybody else. Is that right? Well, what we'll do is we'll do these little all-line people of color minority bills where, you know, we'll say it's for you, right? But then it's going to be for everybody. So the short and the long answer is hell no. We're not going to do anything for you specifically. Why are you expecting us to do it now? We ain't been doing it for the last 60 years. And now you're getting, if I'm the Democrats, right? Now you're getting brand new. No. So black Californians, and I'm hoping black people all over the country are starting to wake up and say, I
hope so too.
If you feel like you'll be punished because we didn't show up, then so be it.
Right.
But you've been punishing us for not showing up for us. So why can you do it and we can't do it?
Right.
But lastly, the solution is this. Before I get into the comment section, this is a building, the 5-story building that has been illustrated by Dr. Claude Anderson that basically says these are the things that we need to do. We need to build the economic foundation so that we can buy into politics and the justice system. We can buy our own media, own and control all of that. So we'll have more than 3%, right? And of course, we need to fix our education, build schools and all of that, right? We start doing these things, then we'll start having less of these conversations because the Democrats and the Republicans will say, oh, them black Americans, they are not for play, right? They got their thing rocking and rolling.
Exactly,
they are recycling the dollars more than 6 hours. They're not giving it to everybody else. They're not buying clothes and shoes and cars and a whole bunch of other stuff they don't need. They're saving their money. They're just doing it all, right? They are doing for self. They are up, you mighty nation, accomplish what you will. So we're going to have to hello, Black Americans. How y'all doing? How you doing, big head? We know we've been neglecting y'all for a while, but we're here to talk. And we're like, we don't want to talk, okay? What are you here to do?
Right.
Oh, okay. Y'all know those reparations you was talking about? Well, here you go. We're ready to give it to you. Hate crime bills, yeah. It's we've signed it. There you go. Y'all, yeah. That's when all that'll happen. But until we get our thing together, we'll continue to talk. And I'll be real honest with you. I'm about tired of talking. And that might be because it's at the end of the week and today is my last day to talk. I'm butting my mouth for a couple of days. But we need to start really putting things into action. But I will say, reading that article, it really made my heart sing because I'm like, you go, Black Californians. You're making me proud, as that is my home state. You're making me proud. You really are. We are starting to wake up, and you know the Democrats need to Quaker in their boots for a very long time for what they have done and not done for their most loyal group of voters.
That's right.
So anyway, let me see what y'all got to say. I'm a little overly happy because it is my Friday. I still got work to do, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, let's see. Who else haven't I seen? Edward, what's going on with you? Grand Rising to you. Michael, what is up? Black first. Let's see. JJ in the building. What's going on with you? Just skip it down. Y'all all talking to each other. That's fine. Y'all talk to each other. You ain't got to talk to me. Anton, what's going on? Hope you have a great day.
All right, she's just going to be shouting people out. All right, thank you for that, Demetria K. What are your thoughts, Bobby?
Okay, she's speaking absolute, unadulterated truth, and only a fucking idiot would argue with undisputed truth. You know what I mean? California is a mess, but it's a nice place to live, just like what Cal Dog was saying. You know what I mean? But what it is it's the damn politicians there, and then it's the policy enforcers that you have there, as Cal Dog was saying, is they'll pick a homie up man from one hood and drop him off in a rival hood.
Yep,
they've been doing that shit since the 70s, man. You know what I'm saying? And then the cold part about it is, you see, this is what we were saying is when we had Breeze and Kukisi. All right, if we could get our foothold on that entertainment industry, man, because they make so much fucking money off of our talent, you see what I'm saying? We got to have an economical shift on it, and that there is just, my opinion on that. So I have to do further research and study on that. But however, just like when we did the show last night, look at all the people that came out there for Kanye. Anywhere Kanye go, look who will come out there for him. Just like with the R&B singers you had of the 60s and what have you. Just like what you had with the rappers in the 90s and the turn of the millennium and what have you. So then what had happened was it got sabotaged, from outside forces. It's because,
they need to be Cal Dog. He said the Democrats in California shook. They're not used to this. Well, they need to
exactly, Cal Dog.
This is the new normal.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? And so then the cold part about it is they keep playing us for chumps and busters and what have you. And then these motherfuckers wonder why you had Watts. Then they wonder why you had 1992. Do you see?
Right. Exactly, Shabaki. So I'm glad to see our folks in California is waking up and realizing that damn Democrats ain't meaning us no good. And if we're going to vote, we're going to get something tangible for our vote. Otherwise, we're not wasting our time.
Exactly.
Hopefully, this sets a precedence across the whole country. Because as California goes, so does the nation. So if see what's happening in California with black voters is like, no, we sitting it out. We voting third party. We voting Republican. The rest of the country going to follow suit.
Yeah, exactly. Music and media, more black movies from our perspective. And then, Cal Dog, to prove your point even further, brother, it was the black exploitation films of the early 70s, man, that saved Hollywood.
Yep, because Hollywood was in the dumps.
Yeah, it was. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it was. But if you guys mention that, you guys are a bunch of black racists, like I was arguing with Nabisco's on my damn like page earlier today. No, y'all, y'all kill each other and all this old shit. Go tell that there to Charlie Kirk, motherfucker. It was a Nabisco that dumped on his ass and that beamed his ass up to Scotty.
Exactly.
Stupid motherfucker. So what I've been doing, Brother Che, to lower my stress level, brother, I just delete and block these tricks. It's because they ain't trying to communicate, man. They ain't trying to have no reasonable conversation. The only thing these buster motherfuckers want to do is sit up here, man, argue some bullshit on the internet. One clown gonna say to me, what's your address? I say, fool, you don't want to know my address. Make sure your goddamn life insurance is paid when you come fucking with me.
Right.
So moving on that there to keep it positive, Brother Che. The older that I'm getting, that I'm finding out, man, I got to get away from more and more stressful situations, man. So I just delete and block those clowns. Now, don't get me wrong. Okay, now one of these Nabiscos want to come up there and talk responsible, man, and speak reasonable. Fine, I don't have a problem with it. But I'm going to tell you the truth as I know it. You see, because the Black experience is not your experience in Nabiscos, and I don't give a fuck how many Black prostitutes you went and paid.
Right.
See? Yeah.
Hold on,
okay, and I got your message there in the private chat there, Brother Che. Okay, I'll coordinate it, man. I'll coordinate it. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you,
hopefully in 2 weeks, maybe even if we have to wait 2 months to make it happen, man, that'll be fine, you know, so it'll be on everybody's calendars, you know what I'm saying? You know,
and campaign season must start ramping up real quick.
Well, I need a job, man, if you could pay me.
I got 7 months to the election.
Yeah, you know, just as long as it's not in the winter months, brother, I can get out there with you in the summer, man, and get some work in for you, man. But I need to be paid, man, and I know it's limited. You know what I'm saying? Because I have a lot of knowledge in campaigns. You see what I'm saying? You know, and then too, it's very, very important, you know, that we keep Black media going on. And then, you know, hey, you know, we don't try to argue with our own folks and stuff like that. But, you know, a lot of things got to be discussed. Now, here's Uncle Phil. What's Uncle Phil talking about?
So the Democratic Shills are panicking after Kamala Harris used our talking points on voting.
Okay.
So Uncle Phil going to give us an update on that.
Okay, and I might have to make a run to the store too, Brother Che, but I'll keep you posted. You know, that it would be nice if we can get somebody else in the room with us tonight if anybody's out there.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But just because the way YouTube system works, so that's what we do. You know, 9 times out of 10, we may do that 2 or 3 times a week and switch over to the app. Sometimes we may just do a whole stream on the app or whatever, right? Also, for instance, I had filmed 14 videos. And I think they got them back to me. And out of those, of course, all 14 will be on the app.
Cow dog. When was this?
And they will be available earlier than they would be on YouTube. On YouTube, they'll just be slow.
What year that was? It was before the pandemic, Shabaka. It was like 2018.
Oh, okay. He's talking about that motherfucker who was up there, man, in the damn it's right across the street from the airport, the Mandalay Bay.
It was at Mandalay Bay, yep.
Yeah, the Mandalay Bay, which is right across from the airport. And then the motherfucker, man, was over there shooting at the airport trying to blow up gas tanks. And I had a little cousin who worked over there, and he had to dodge some of the bullets.
That's
so, hey.
Aldine concert.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, why don't you...
That song, Try This in a Small Town, it was at his concert.
Damn. Okay. Yeah.
Leaked out basically, but 2 of those videos out of the 14 would not see the light of day on YouTube. But the other, to make sure that when y'all press certain buttons, that's that.
And get to the meat and potatoes of this. Sorry, this damn computer, this mouse is so sensitive on this computer.
Yeah, he's on Google Play and the App Store. Yeah, that's mainstream.
And give a shout out to Brother Jason as well, because how that Conscious Lees and the Boule Martin, she's quoted. It's interesting. She's back on the scene, and
okay, here we go.
90s hairstyles, and then went to 90s clothing, and then after 90s clothing, and we sent everything, got everything together. Then Jason put in the B-roll footage that. You'll like it. I'm telling you, you'll like it. Just go check it out. If you got the app, go to Soraya's section. It'll be the first video you should see right there. Matter of fact, when you see the cover, you're gonna say, "Oh man, that's straight 90s right there." Yeah. So that's that. Kamala Harris is interesting. She's back on the scene, and I ain't gonna lie, I got a kick out of watching her. You know, I watched her and everything. And the laughing, sometimes I laugh at her when she laughs. I ain't gonna lie with you. Sometimes it don't even make sense why she's laughing, but I don't know if that's a nervous thing for her. Whatever. But, the Democrat Shield gonna be kind of upset with her because she is now taking our talking points, not theirs, right? She's not quoting the Conscious Lees and the Boule Martin. She's quoting us, right? And we're gonna definitely get into that. But before we do, let's go ahead on and talk about the app real quick. Run our short ad, and then we'll be right back.
What if I told you there's a news platform made just for us, unfiltered?
More and more I can't do, so I'm gonna have to say, hey, I'm gonna have to pay somebody to do that. And it's crazy for me to even say that because I was been wondering, like, man, I do it myself. I don't need nobody. But
it was 2017.
It don't work that way. If you want to keep trying to grow this thing, you got to bring other people in. And I would say this: AI can't do everything. AI is great, but you still need people. I will honestly say that we will always have people here doing things. Trust me, you may not see them all, but we have a lot of people doing things.
So almost 10
definitely. So let's go ahead on and get started. And also, toward the end of the stream, we're going to continue this on the app because there's one video I want to review about how a Democrat congressman got checked by a black woman on a particular program.
Good.
So make sure you stay tuned here for that as we can continue that part of it, at least on the app. We don't know issues with YouTube and they issues there. So Kamala Harris, let's get to Kamala. Where's Kamala? I think Kamala is there. She go. All right. So she went to the National Action Network. A lot of y'all seen this already, part of that already.
Mm-hmm.
Now I want to play at least the part that I want to cover here tonight. And let me go ahead and play, your former Vice President Kamala Harris. But let's go.
Trying to get folks to register to vote and to go vote. And it is absolutely right that we remind everyone of our history, especially when they're trying to erase it. We remind people of the lives, the bloodshed on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, the sacrifice.
Oh, hell no.
No,
fuck you, you Brahma ass bitch. You kiss my ass on that.
Of Dr. King. There are so many things that we must remember about history so that what compels us to vote includes not only our civic duty, but honoring the ancestors.
Now, how come you ain't mentioning the Black Panthers, bitch?
Here's what I'm suggesting in addition.
Our ancestors.
Get yours.
What?
Huh?
Vote
get yours.
and say, I'm voting because I expect something out of this. You're not going to take for granted that I'm going to vote because I'm a good citizen and it's my civic duty to vote so that you don't even worry about whether you're producing what I need because, we can count on them to vote because they remember the Edmund Pettus Bridge. I'm saying it's okay to also give people permission to be transactional. And to say, if you won't get my vote, this is what I
the Edmund Pettus Bridge.
I'm going to vote because I expect to get something out of this. I'm going to get mine by voting.
Yeah.
That's what I would offer. I think it's okay to give people permission to be transactional voters.
But
exactly, cow dog. She wasn't even born, man, when a damn Edmund Pettus Bridge happened, and then got that bobblehead of a motherfucker up there.
Did not amen her on that. Didn't say, Kamala, you're right. We need to get something for our vote. We are tired of not getting nothing for our vote. Notice he didn't go there. But I just want to point that out. Okay, let me continue.
Was she born in what, 67, 68? What year was she born, Shabbat?
No, she was born in 1965.
Oh, so she just missed it.
Yeah, or either that or she was in diapers.
Yeah, she was a little girl.
Continue, then we get
I need to ask you this. There was slow down.
Oh my God! Shut up, Al Sharpton.
I promise
this bobblehead
Miss
motherfucker,
Harris
man.
a certain time. I'm gonna respect the time because I need her to come again. This is a convention, not a revival.
Yeah, I hate that.
It was debated in your campaign in 107 days that whether you should talk to people like Joe Rogan and hard right-wing people in media. If you were to run again, would you talk to them?
Yes, I would. Listen, I will
not run again.
Talk with anyone if it means talking with the American people.
Get
what
your
I do
lies
not
straight.
believe in,
Get your lies straight.
However,
exactly,
is gatekeepers.
Yeah, like Al.
I do not believe in the theory some people would push, which is that you got to go talk to that person to talk to the people. I don't believe that. And I don't believe in that. And I don't believe in gatekeepers.
Lord.
So, yeah, and I wrote about it in my book about the Joe Rogan piece. But yeah, I'll talk with folks as long as I know that the ability in that moment is to talk to the American people.
So,
hold on.
I know, Uncle Phil.
Kamala said that she would basically talk to anybody because she don't believe in gatekeepers now. So she's talking about transactional voting and talking about gatekeepers when she's never used that language before.
A gatekeeper.
That's the language that's used in these particular circles, these circles here, among the many of us who's speaking on these particular microphones, right?
Mm-hmm.
In our closets, right, Boule?
Yeah, Boule more.
You notice who has relevance, right? It's not the screaming banshee over there on the Unfiltered show.
Mm-mm.
It's obviously us, to the point that she had to switch her whole mode to speak. But okay, even to the point that got Boule Sharpton uncomfortable. But let's go ahead and get back to it.
So, in your openness to talk to the American people, as I said in introducing you, you and I go back over 40 centuries. And if there's anyone that has had open communication, is you and I. So, are you gonna run again in 28?
Fuck no.
So, here. Okay,
I tried to be subtle, but I just figured I'd go right
Well,
at it.
that's as subtle as Reverend Sharpton could ever be. We love you for many things, but not being subtle.
Whiskey a little bit.
Yeah, you know, she off that one.
Listen, I might. I'm thinking about it.
Oh my God.
I'm thinking about it.
No, don't.
All right, so that was Kamala Harris, and I when I first heard the situation about transactional voting, I'm like, that's not a Democrat talking point. Where'd she get that from?
The new Black.
Who she's been watching?
The new Black.
In her spare time at home with Doug. Who she's been watching?
The new Blacc Media.
Because the Shills don't even talk like that. None of them do about transactional voting. Then she's talking about gatekeepers and all of that, and she'll talk to whoever because, you know, she don't want to go through certain people.
That sounds a lot like us.
Kamala, I have a question, though, since you want to go there. Okay, Kamala, if you run for president, all right, cool. Are you going to stay true to that? Because you know you said it. We going to hold you true to it. So are you going to come talk with any of it? You want to come talk with me? I'll go to it yet. We can definitely have an interview if you're going to run. Now, I'm going to ask you questions concerning the Black community. I'm going to let you know how the interview is going to go. Yes, I care about issues that affect the country because it affects Black people. So we're in the country. But there are specific things that I would ask that affects Black America, for sure. So that's what it is. It's going to be some blackety black conversation.
Yep.
Okay. It's going to be some CB4. I'm Black, y'all, and I'm bliggity black, and I'm Black, y'all. That kind of interview. That's all I care about. If I'm going to approach any politician, yes, I know there's certain things that affect everybody. So if you're talking about something like universal basic income, if you're talking about universal health care, things like that, that's something that would benefit everybody, but it benefits Black people. So I'm cool to talk about those sort of things. But for sure, there are issues that have to be talked about.
Right.
And here's the thing, politicians, you're going to have to talk to us at this point because your shills aren't respected. Notice she's not quoting any of these shills. Boule, I guess we aren't so simple, Simon, after all, right, Boule?
Yeah, hell with him.
Because remember, we're simple according to you, right?
Yep.
According to your elitism and classism. Because classism is a very real thing in the Black community too. Classism is a real thing in every community. So it's not just the Black community, but we do have classism, okay? And elitism. We have that. And
but none of that trumps racism.
I detest that because I don't like when people use and let me say this with balance, because I don't want people to think I'm against education, because I'm not. I believe in education. I believe the more educated we are, the more successful we can become. Our people fought for us to be educated. So I support education completely. I'm hard on, my daughter, I make sure that she has a certain level of education, and everything. Why? Because I believe in it. If I didn't believe in it, then I wouldn't go there. But when you hear me go against education, it's not education, it's against the people that have the attitude like Boulay and his gang over there, that because I have this degree that I am better than them or I know more than them. You don't know more than God. You're not greater than Jesus. So stop. Because they got people, they got plenty of degrees and can't even get a job. They can't even get a McDonald's job with a degree these days. So please don't go there that you're so much better.
You got to make your job.
At one point in time, the degree would get you a lot.
Jobs.
Yes, statistically, they still say the people with degrees still make more money statistically, but a lot of that's changing every day because you got a lot of people who don't have a degree and getting online and riding out and making good money. Some people making more money than doctors and lawyers on these platforms. Yes, they are.
That's true.
Okay. Now, with that being said, about Kamala Harris, transactional voting, and I didn't know, Kamala, that we should have permission. I guess you're giving us permission. Well, I thank you, Kamala. I didn't know, we got your blessing like that.
The hell.
But since you're talking about transactional voting, I noticed something. Why didn't you go into what the transaction should be, though? That's the only question I have. And if I were to interview Kamala, I would be speaking to her about that transaction. So if she would want the black vote, right? What are you willing to give black people to say, you know what? I'm going to give black people this because I need the black vote so I can win the primary. I need the black vote so I can become president of the United States. What are you going to give black people? Because with me, when it comes to politics, I don't have no permanent friends. I don't have no permanent enemies. I have permanent interest. And my permanent interest is black people, okay?
Exactly.
If a Republican is going to give us with the transaction that we need, I'll go with them. If a Democrat is going to give us a transaction we need, we'll go with them. If a third party is going to give us a transaction we need, we'll go with them.
Right.
If nobody want to give us anything, then we go with the couch.
Exactly.
It's just that simple.
Yeah.
Transactional voting is not really that hard to figure out.
Right.
Just like today, a lot of people who's dating is it's a lot of transactional dating now, right? And a lot of men talk about this. You hear the videos online. Is that is all you got to pay this, pay that. If you're not gonna pay this and pay that, you're not gonna have access to the woman. It's a lot of transactional stuff. Well, the same way to approach dating, you got to approach voting times 1,000. Just like in Texas, James Tallarico, he's gonna find out the hard way what happens when you don't approach black people at all. See, the day of not approaching black people are over. You're gonna have to bring something to the table. And Kamala was right. You cannot use the Edmund Pettus Bridge. She's right. We've been saying that, but she gets listening to us talk because that has not been our reality. We didn't go through the Edmund Pettus Bridge. We didn't go through what they went through in Selma. We didn't.
Right.
We are the grandchildren of those who went through that.
That's right.
And we live a different reality than what our grandmothers and grandfathers went through in the civil rights movement. We're so far removed from it. We have a different fight in America today. Right. Way different fight than what our grandmothers and grandfathers had. So yes, the Edmund Pettus Bridge is definitely something in our history. And we definitely, I appreciate our grandmothers and grandfathers for taking on that fight.
Right.
Because if they didn't take on that fight, I wouldn't be where I'm at today. And I greatly appreciate them for that. But now we got to continue the work of our grandmothers and grandfathers and go on and get to the finish line. And because anything less than reparations and everything else that we need, we're not getting to the finish line at all. We're still playing games. Some people say, why the civil rights movement didn't do this and do that? Well, you know what? They fought in their era. They wanted to rest, right? They got to the point they wanted to rest. They didn't want to fight no more. I can understand it. It's our turn to get just due for Black America. And then we can maybe do the same thing like them, take a rest, and then let the next generation do what they got to do. Because you can't constantly perpetual fight anyway.
That's why you got to keep accurate archives of this history. You see? Because with this woke shit that they taking all the
You say
history
leave
off
her
the damn
and Dougie
school
alone.
books.
I don't know what that means.
Well,
her and Doug.
Black.
But with that being said, Doug, next, hey, we coming up on very quick the Ohio Black Expo. We're coming up on the Ohio Black Expo. Make sure you come out there and check it out. It's a great event. Trust me, it is a great event, great family event. Bring your kids, bring the family. We'll be out there, the ADNC team. And if you haven't heard nothing about that, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and cue that up. We'll be right back.
It's the Unity Reunion Parade, Cookout, Line Dance Party, Backyard, Barbecue, Fish Fry, Vegan Soul, Black Business, Food Truck, Networking, Outdoor, Concert, Music Festival, Celebration of the Year.
It is an amazing experience. You have people from all over the country.
This is my second year attending, and they over-delivered.
And so I want to cue this back up, ladies and gentlemen, and make sure you, let's say, come to the Ohio Black Expo, and also make sure to definitely support the great music we are producing with Soraya. So let's go back to Kamala here. There we go. Let me cue something back up because I want to play something else.
Trying to get folks to register to vote and to go vote. And it is absolutely right that we remind everyone of our history, especially remember about history so that what compels us to vote is yours. Vote and say, I'm voting because I expect something out of this. You're not going to take for granted that I'm going to vote because I'm a good citizen and it's my civic duty to vote, so that you don't even worry about whether you're producing what I need because, we can count on them to vote because they remember the Edmund Pettus Bridge. I'm saying it's okay to also give people permission to be transactional. And to say, if you're going to get my vote, this is what I expect.
That's the wine talking.
I'm going to vote because I expect to get something out of this. I'm going to get mine by voting. That's what I would offer. I think it's okay to give people permission to be transactional voters.
Oh, now all of a sudden.
I know.
Yeah, Cal.
I also listened to that crowd. Trump. It wasn't no overwhelming just clapping for her and say, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Kamala. None of that was going on. There was only a few people in the crowd clapping for that. The rest was radio silent. Have you noticed that?
Yes.
See, we got a problem.
Yep.
In our community. You have a good sized group of people who don't want anything. They want, let me tell you what voting and not getting nothing out of it is. That's kind of like doing a little trick. Little dog, like a dogs do little tricks for the owners or whatever. And the dog always looking for is really acknowledgement and a treat. That's it. It doesn't look for the dog. It doesn't look for you to do anything nice for them, to take care of them. They just excited about doing a trick for you to get a treat. And that's how they liken us as Black people in the area of just voting for nothing. We just should be happy with voting because our ancestors died. And that's it. We shouldn't get nothing out of the deal. And we vote a lot of time to our own demise. We voting for people who believe in open borders. We voting for people who want to transfer tangibles, cash, to illegal immigrants who are hostile that come into this country. And when I say hostile, I'm not really speaking about the diaspora. You got some that's on that, but let's call it what it is. The diaspora has not firebombed Black people out of their homes in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
The diaspora who immigrated here have not attacked Black folks the way they get attacked out there in Los Angeles. It's not the Black immigrants. Listen, our issues with Black immigrants are more so tongue in cheek, in my opinion. It's nothing really physically violent. That's just, and I'm gonna always be honest about that. But these others that come in here from these other countries that have anti-Black racism, even with the other Black Latinos that's in those lands, they're transferring our tax dollars to groups, even some of these Indian groups that come in here that have an issue with Black folk. Some of them too. Some Asians come in here that got an issue with Black folk. And our tax dollars, we voting to transfer that to them. No. We got to get ours. Now, Kamala can say what she want to say, and that's great. I think she's smart to say that personally, because that's where we at. We are right there. We are right there. If you don't give us nothing as black folks, don't worry about it. I'm going to repeat that again. Democrats, because I know you're listening. All you Shills, I know you're listening. If you don't give black people nothing, you're getting no votes. That's just really what it is. We don't care how racist Republicans are, because Democrats are just as racist. We don't care. We have lived underneath a oppressive regime ever since we've been in this place. It don't matter what party is in office. We have lived underneath an oppressive regime. So you can't tell us that, well, you better vote for us because the Republicans going to get you. Trump is going to get you. Trump is in office right now. How many of us has he really got? As black Americans, seriously. Has Trump instituted mass incarceration on black Americans? Oh, I'm sorry, the Democrats did that. Yeah, they did that. Trump first term didn't institute mass incarceration on black Americans. Now, has Trump removed certain protections and certain programs or whatever? Yes, he has. Let's call it what it is. As black Americans, we never had the opportunity to get into programs anyway, because they hid the programs, or they throw all kind of obstacles so we can't get in the programs of black Americans, and we still get it how we live and still be successful in spite of them in this country. Oh, they're going to cancel this program. They're going to, man, we have been a people that always made a dollar out of 15 cents. We are the people that always have made lemonade out of lemons. Okay, we are those people. What program we got? That's immigrants that get programs. Maybe a few black people that get, some programs or contracts or whatever, but that's not the majority. Because you look at the federal contracting numbers, black people do not get the majority of contracts or even the even number of contracts. They don't get that. Now, I know it's a process. It's a long process to get into that stuff. And that alone, I think, is a barrier because they don't want everybody to get it. That's kind of what it is. They don't. That's why in this system, they bog you down with paperwork. Because you think about it. During the pandemic, when a lot of people was getting a lot of the COVID funds, they made it simplistic. That's why people got it. Now, of course, a lot of that happened with fraud, but not everybody committed fraud. Not everybody was scamming. Okay? There are a lot of people that had legitimate businesses and they got funds from the SBA. Something they never had access to before because they make it so difficult. Not everybody's going to scam. But where we at with it, if you want and that's what that's what I preach and teach. If you want the black vote, come get it. If you want to come get it. I've been saying that. My vote's for sale. What you got? I need something. You can have it. I am not tied at the hip to no political party. I don't teach my people to be tied to the hip to no political party. You have to sell us why we should vote for you based on what we're going to get. What I'm going to get out of it. Forget that we starving at the table and everybody else eating a buffet. Forget that. Well, we need our buffet too.
Exactly, cow dog.
Well, this gonna happen and that happen. We don't care. Exactly. At least it happens to everybody. It won't just happen to us. Because see, when the Democrats in office, all the other groups are good, but we don't want to suffer. At least I need Republicans. Everybody suffer. I'm like that. If I'm a suffer, we all need to suffer together as Americans. Don't you think? We need to just all suffer together as Americans. Now, you say Eric says she just talking. She could be, but she's actually talking something right. Now, let me get back to Al here for a minute. Let's get back to Al.
We are over the time, but I need to ask you this. There was, slow down.
Now, the people really didn't like him doing that because they caught what he was doing. That's why they said something to him. If y'all caught that, they knew what he was doing. Because Al, he gets paid by the status quo. You understand? Remember, he got $500,000 from the lady sitting there next to him. Okay, don't forget that. He got $500,000. So his pay would not be the same if we did transactional voting. So that's a threat to him in his back pocket. He don't want to hear that. That's why, like, we got to move on. What you mean you got to move on? Did she tell you to hurry up? No, she didn't. But let's continue.
I promised Miss Harris a certain time. I'm going to respect the time because I'll need her to come again. This is a convention, not a revival. It was debated in your campaign in the 107 days that whether you should talk to people like Joe Rogan and hard right-wing people in media. If you were to run again, would you talk to them?
Yes, I would.
Let me stop right there, because this is the issue more so with him. People like him, those people that have that elitist classist mentality, you don't talk to them, because they have this thing where they say, oh, no, you don't talk to people like Phil and them. Oh, no, you don't talk to them. No, because this is how they feel. If you talk to them, you're going to give them legitimacy, and it's going to blow up their particular platforms because you talked to them. You gave them an interview. So we don't want you to talk to them, because, if they get on a national platform, they get bigger than what they are, then their type of thinking is going to spread, and it's dangerous, right, to the status quo. So don't talk with them. Don't platform them on the different networks. Don't do that. Let them be in their little corners on YouTube and Facebook and TikTok. Let them be over there, but we don't want y'all to do interviews with them. You understand what I'm saying? That's what's that about. Once again, that's protecting their money, because for her to say what she said about gatekeepers, Al's one of them. He's a gatekeeper. Notice he didn't support what she said about transactional voting. Let's play the gatekeeper comment, because he wasn't happy about it. Listen,
I will talk with anyone if it means talking with the American people. What I do not believe in, but however, is gatekeepers. I do not believe in the theory some people would push, which is that you got to go talk to that person to talk to the people. I don't believe that, and I don't believe in that, and I don't believe in gatekeepers. So, yeah, and I wrote about it in my book about the Joe Rogan piece. But yeah, I'll talk with folks as long as I know that the ability in that moment is to talk to the American people.
So in your openness to talk to the American people, as I said in introducing you, you and I go back over a quarter century.
Yes.
And if there's anyone that has had open communication as you.
Now, notice he moved on to the next thing. He didn't follow up. He didn't expand. He didn't do anything, because her talking to other people, outside of the circle, that minimizes him. Because you gotta understand that Al Sharpton has been the guy that politicians would go to reach the Black community. For her to say that to him, that threatens his whole operations, right? He's been one of the figures that white corporations come to, and white politicians come to, and even Black ones, to quote unquote talk to the Black community. And when more and more of these politicians say, wait a minute, this guy has no relevance. He don't have the pulse of the Black community anymore. We need to go find the people who do have the pulse of the Black community and talk to them, because we want to reach their audiences. You understand what I'm saying? That's the fear. Him, think about it. Al got 500,000. Boule Martin got 350,000 from Kamala Harris in her campaign. All that what she's talking about is threatening their money. And we're over here not saying, well, how much money Kamala can give us and how much money the DNC can give us. We don't even think like that. What kind of program we can be put in. We don't think like that. Because who's funding you is going to control you at the end. And they know they don't fund us like that. So that's why we can ask certain questions. When they give you $350,000 or $500,000, you're controlled at that point. You can't say nothing that's bad to them. They didn't paper you up. How you gonna mess that off? And you say Al Sharpton is a rat, huh? Well, you know,
he is.
I mean, that's, you know, when you commit, if you're out there committing crime or whatever the case may be, where they say it's no honor among thieves. My main thing is just don't be out here committing no crime and be around people that commit crime. I'm gonna say that much, and then you don't have to worry about any of that. But real quick, make sure to join us in Canada coming up in July. That's coming up real quick too in Toronto, Canada. Come join us in Toronto, Canada. You know, some of y'all definitely live close by Toronto. Y'all can probably drive over or fly over. Make sure to come join us, and we'll be right back.
Toronto.
No, I'm not doing it. All right, thank you, Uncle Phil. All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts on Kamala?
Well, you know, she's full of shit. You know what I'm saying? Let me make that perfectly clear. She's probably a little drunk, and then she's feeling out her way of what lies that she could tell to try to make a run for it in 2028. So I'm quite sure that she's got a staff sitting up there kissing her ass, you know, with that bullshit, okay? But you could best one thing. She is not going to go to the common people, man, of California and asking what they are. She's not going to go to poor people asking what their concerns are. You see what I'm saying?
No,
she'll probably go up there she'll probably, okay, the first fucking place that I'm willing to bet dollars to donuts where she's going to go to start this bullshit, man, is going to be UC Berkeley.
Yep.
You see? Then after that, then she's gonna go up there to the other college up there in the hills, man. And she might make a stop over there at Laney College, you know what I'm saying? Then she's gonna hit UCLA. Then she's gonna hit UC Santa Barbara. Then you're gonna see her get on these damn talk shows down there in LA as well, too. See, because every major candidate that I've seen in my lifetime for a political office in California, man, always makes a stop there on them talk shows in LA. Jimmy Kimmel, that type of shit. You know, maybe Cartoon News Network. You see what I'm saying? And like Cal Dog says, yeah, she got that Jezebel spirit. Yeah, you know, because, you know, she's a high mileage job. You know what I'm saying, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. So this next clip, I played it yesterday, but I'm going to play it again. So
okay,
this damn convention, one of our brothers stood up and told him like a TI is. So shout out to Water God. He provided this footage. So I'm gonna play our brother Melrose Mike Radio.
All right. Okay, how much longer do you think we'll be on, Brother Che?
Oh shit, there's a gang of topics, Shabaka.
Okay. All right. Okay.
This president is the first president of the United States since World War II who does not believe in the alliances that we have with friendly nations, does not believe in the strength of them, the recognition of the history with them, and the importance that that relationship bears on our standing around the world, our influence around the world, not to mention our national security. This is the first president of the United States post-World War II who has not
is a check and come this year during the, and then that's going to include what he said.
Okay, here it is.
4 people, 35 years old or younger, raise your hand.
Oh, I saw this earlier today.
Look
on
around this
feed.
room.
Yeah.
If you're 35 years old or younger, raise your hand.
Yeah.
4 people.
1, 2.
So here's the thing. Y'all in trouble.
Yep. High
Yesterday,
mileage.
you had Al Green up here talking about we need a Secretary of Reconciliation, and then that's going to include what
Now
he
watch
said
this,
was
y'all. Watch
reparations,
this.
which, by the way, wasn't reparations. Reparations is more than a check, but the very first thing it is a check. And come this year during the midterms and in 2028, if you don't have our check,
Yeah, he did,
you
Cal
won't get
Dog.
no vote.
Watch
no
what they
check,
do to him.
no vote.
Check.
Yeah, I know that ain't what you want to hear, but that's what's happening.
Okay.
All of y'all in here, with all due respect, you're beautiful, but you're old. You're not talking to the youth. You don't know how to talk to the youth.
Yeah.
You're trying to tell us what to do. We're not having it no more. So if you want our vote, you got to come with our paper. We're not scared of Trump. We're not scared of anybody. Biden is a racist. Trump is a racist. Kamala is a racist. And if you don't have our money, you don't get our vote. Yeah, not.
Yeah, see, they telling him to shut him down.
Oh, all right, yeah. So like I was saying, I'm going to land my plane right there. But the Democrats are no better than the Republicans. No check, no vote. Y'all take care. And somebody get my man a tissue. He need a tissue.
I heard somebody talk about young people that tell them to just.
I got to give him a round of applause for that. Where is it? Where is it? Here it is.
Stay around, they're gonna see two people.
So this is Al Bobblehead Sharpton's response to what our brother said.
Yeah. Afternoon, all of the youth in there, and I don't know, but you get provocateurs because anybody that's talking to somebody younger than them holding the mic.
You got the audacity to call somebody a provocateur and a paid agent.
That part.
Then you know that they paid agents.
Might have to drop a dime on them.
Ain't that a case of the pot calling the kettle?
You know what I'm saying? I don't like that shit. For sure, bro. I don't like that shit.
All right, y'all, we back with another video, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and a better understanding of self. So check this out in this video, y'all. We going over Al Sharpton's NAN, his National Action Network.
Yeah.
Now, if y'all seen in the beginning of this video, you seen how Al Sharpton hinted at trying to call Mr. FBA Melrose Mike an agent. Okay, for what he said about not being able to connect to the youth, right? And Al Sharpton is the last person to be trying to call somebody out as an agent.
I can get it, like 99% for about 35,000 a kilo, but I gotta get, more than one. Right. I mean, if we're gonna do this thing, it's a what's a real, 10 kilograms is like $350,000. That's a drop in the bucket. We can go bigger. Every kilogram we bring in 3,500 kilos. Like this stuff. So if we bring in 10, you make 35,000. So that's a chicken pocket. He can. What he's going to do, he'll do what he wants to do. He can do it, 100 times over. Make a supplier 100 times over.
He was an agent for years, and it probably never stopped. I'm going to show y'all proof that it probably never stopped. Check this out. Al Sharpton, right, cooperated with the FBI in the mid to late 1980s.
Yep.
Specifically beginning around 1983. He started the National Action Network in 1991, which I'm thinking is a part of it. This was the part of the play for what they wanted him to do as well. Listen, so it says he acted as a confidential informant, recording conversations with alleged mobsters and boxing promoters Don King, which was first reported in 1988. Key details regarding the cooperation. Sharpton stated he cooperated because his life was threatened by figures in the music industry.
Oh, Lord.
He wore a wire and used the bug briefcase to record conversations according to the smoking gun and confirmed by his own accounts. So check this out. While admitting to the cooperation, Sharpton has stated he did not consider himself a rat or a typical informant, but rather someone assisting a legitimate investigation.
Hell no.
To be close, the closeness to whiteness, especially white supremacy. That's what we see with the Democratic Party, and they try to hide that to act like it's just them trying to do great things for Black people. You got somebody who actually worked with the FBI. It's going to try to call somebody out. This is how much balls they got. This is why we got to call them out and tell them, we got to put y'all to the side. Y'all got to let the new leaders of the new school join in.
Right.
Because they're compromised. We're going to hear Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is going to go on her rant. I'm going to let y'all hear that rant that she go on. Speaking on how she maybe run for president in 2028, and that's the last person Black Americans is going to vote for. But y'all check this out, and I'm going to get back at you. Let's get it.
Your openness to talk to the American people, as I said in introducing you, you and I go back over a quarter century.
Yes.
And if there's anyone that has had over communication,
I see a flaw on this motherfucker sign up there. It's clearly out. I'm sure you see it too, Cal Dog.
So, yeah,
Justice no peace.
okay,
Exactly.
I tried to be
And look
subtle,
at the
but I
year
just
he got
figured
up
I'd
there.
go right
Well,
at it.
that's as subtle as Reverend Al Sharpton could ever be.
That's a red black.
We love you for many things, but not being subtle. Listen, I might.
Hell no.
I'm thinking about it.
Hell to the no.
I'm thinking about it. From the beginning, I have been unequivocally opposed to this war of choice that Trump has entered. Let us understand, first of all, this president is the first president of the United States since World War II who does not believe in the alliances that we have with friendly nations, does not believe in the strength of them, the recognition of the history with them, and the importance that that relationship bears on our standing around the world, our influence around the world, not to mention our national security. This is the first president of the United States post-World War II who has not considered the United States of America to have a responsibility to be a standard bearer around international rules and norms, such as sovereignty and territorial integrity. Look what he did as it relates, and what he has been doing as it relates to Ukraine. And why is this important? Because America's strength in the context of the globe and the world relies on a number of things. Yes, it relies on the fact that we have the most lethal fighting force in the world, our military, and it relies on what we call our soft power, which is the importance that we have placed in being a participant with other democracies around holding up international rules and norms such as human rights, such as the importance of respecting relationships. Foreign policy is a lot like your friendships in your personal life. The strength of the friendship is going to be based on some mutual recognition of the history of the friendship, what you've been through together. It's going to rely on trust, which is a reciprocal relationship. You give and you receive trust. It's a back and forth. Friendships rely on consistency. Do I follow through on what I say? What I've said? Well, none of this can be counted on when it comes to Donald Trump. None of it. It is, yes, evidence of his lack of character, but it is harmful to the people of America, not to mention people in allied nations around the world. So he enters into this war, a war of choice. Remember, the man said he got rid of their nuclear arsenal. Obliterated it, he said. You know how he likes to use those kind of words? Obliterated it. Which is not an ambiguous term. That means you took it out. Well, evidently he didn't do that. He is causing U.S. service members, 13 to have lost their lives, hundreds, it is estimated, of others to be injured, some very seriously, putting U.S. service members at risk. Abandoning alliances. He's been pointing fingers at NATO, right? So understand what that is. Those are friends of ours that we have had, and that bond formed mostly out of what happened in the 1930s, again, post-World War II. Under our administration, we expanded NATO. We brought two more
The
countries.
1930s was before World War II.
Pointing fingers at these friends of ours who don't want to go along with his war of choice.
All right, so then y'all heard Kamala Harris going on her Democratic rant. None of that stuff is going to work. Their strategies, they're still trying to use the same strategies from 1970s. It's like that stuff is not even working anymore, in my opinion. So a lot of people feel like Melrose Mike, shout out to him, man, for standing on business. And a lot of us feel like that, and they can't control it. They're trying to control it with trying to send shots at, the lineage and, our delineation movement. You got these paid agents that's out here. And they're an agent when they're calling us agents, and we got the people that's, standing and standing with us. We know that it's agent activity. We already figured that out. And Al Sharpton did the same thing, but it's proof on him. So you can't make this stuff up. But I do believe that we do need to see, we do need to have our people that we put in a position. And we do got a candidate, man, that's in our Discord, running for Congress out of Connecticut. So, he just joined the Discord. But we do need our own people that we funding, that we getting in there. So y'all look out for that. We're going to be definitely trying to convince more of our people to get in there. But we got some people that's saying, look, we can build on the outside. We just trying to come together on common grounds and get everything moving. So make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, push me on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that.
Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Blacc.
Yeah, we were supposed to go live. I may go live later tonight, man. Got tied up with some work, man. But listen, we go live Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. Y'all definitely catch so y'all can call in.
Yeah, I did that. I called in last Sunday, this past Sunday, or this past Friday. I called in.
Okay, you got the brother's number, I take it.
I'm chopping it up with him on Discord.
Okay. All right.
So he want to come on here, so I can get that arranged soon.
Okay.
But yeah, what are your thoughts on Al Sharpton being an agent and having
a safe bet, man? Safe bet, because that motherfucker's been doing his bullshit, man, since the 80s that I know of. Yeah. When he was fat and out of shape and had his hair laid and all that old type of shit, know. And he did some work in the community, but I think the work that he did in the community, Brother Che, he had ulterior motives for it, like what he's doing right now. Right. So just like the same bullshit, man, that he's setting up there with Kamala on it. This shit is staged. Kamala is drunk. You know what I'm saying? She's trying to get her lies straight, trying to tell black people what we want to hear, man. And we're tired of that bullshit, man. And you say it so well, man. Hey, if it ain't tangible for us, man, we don't want to hear it.
Right.
Straight out. You know what I'm saying? Straight out. You know? We need something tangible. Why black people? Because we are in a state of emergency. We've been in a state of emergency for 60 years that I know of. You see?
Yep.
Yeah, Al did snitch on the mob. Yep.
We got an FBA brother running. Yeah, that's what he just said. Yep. And he got people here in the state of Colorado. That's good. We need more of us running.
Yeah. Yeah, he was. Yeah, Cow Dog, that's exactly what that motherfucker is, man. I equivocate that to ambulance chasing.
Right. That's all he is. And how dare he Melrose like that, talking about paid provocateur.
Yeah. And then as new Blacc Media grows, Brother Che, say, the more new Blacc Media grows, motherfuckers like Al Sharpton and them, man, they'll be obsolete. Say, the more as new Blacc Media grows.
He knows it. That's why he said what he said.
Exactly. So expect to get a bunch of insults and shit, man, that I get, man, you know what I'm saying? Because of the being part of the new Blacc Media. You know, they don't like this truth.
He's like John Bailey. He's like John Bailey and Jeff Fart.
Yeah. And then Cow Dog says him and that mushmouth Ben Crump. Yeah,
him and Ben Crump too.
Straight ambulance chasing motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying?
Don't forget Sleaze Merritt. Merritt too.
Yeah, I did chasing ambulances. You know. And then not getting off topic, speaking of ambulance chasing, man, I was arguing with Nabisco's, man, on the damn Derek Chauvin situation. They're trying to say online that Derek Chauvin didn't do nothing bad. And I said he murdered a man, who said he can't breathe. They're going to call George Floyd a dog. But Chauvin, was such a hero. But what these fools do not understand is that George Floyd and Chauvin were seeing the same woman when they were bouncers at the nightclub. That's what that shit was all about.
Yep. And Chauvin, you're not getting out. Oh yeah, Officer Tatum and Anton Daniels. Yep, it's up for them too.
You see what I mean? And also too, who now?
Charleston White.
Okay. Charleston White. Okay, enlighten me, man. I know the name, Brother Che, but just refresh my memory, please.
Just an ignorant ass provocateur that's always online talking dumb shit.
Oh, yeah. And Cow Dog says the whole three twins also.
Oh, yeah, the Hodge twins. Yeah, the hell with them too.
And whatever happened to them broads, man, them twins Diamond and Silk, man, who was up there Trump died.
One of them died.
Oh, okay.
During the pandemic.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so moving along, Shabaka, we got an update on the Karmelo Anthony case down in Texas.
Yeah, man, that's what I want to hear. That I'm gonna call it a night after that one there, Brother Che.
Okay, that's understandable.
Because I just got shit to do, just like you do. So we want to clear our schedules out. So we'll get with Dr. Short. Okay, what they doing to Karmelo, man?
So our brother, introvert rock star, gonna give us an update. Shout out to Kahari. He's the one that put me up on him.
Oh, okay. Shout out to Kahari.
It's underway this midday.
Okay.
And look, y'all already know on this channel, we hold this racist system accountable, because if we don't, who will? And if you don't like it, get to stepping, because it ain't gonna stop. Now run the tape.
Frisco ISD's district track meet is underway this midday, 1 year after a deadly stabbing that shocked the community and made national headlines. The district says extra security will be in place as that meet continues today and tomorrow. The meet is happening about 10 miles northwest of Frisco in Little Elm. NBC5's Alana Quillen is live at Lobo Stadium in Little Elm with more on where the case stands. Alana?
Yeah, Cal Dog.
Hey, Bianca, it's certainly a somber moment for so many families out here. This is the stadium where that event was moved to last year after that tragedy that left a high school athlete dead. Now, just to catch you up on the background of this case, Frisco Memorial student Austin Metcalf was fatally stabbed during last year's track meet on April 2nd, 2025, which was originally held in Frisco. Police say another student, then 17-year-old Karmelo Anthony from Frisco Centennial, stabbed Metcalf after an argument. Now, Anthony was indicted on a first-degree murder charge and has said that he acted in self-defense during that fight. Last summer, a judge issued a gag order preventing attorneys and anyone involved in the case from publicly discussing any details that could interfere with the legal process. Court records show that Anthony is expected to face a jury trial this summer on June 1st and will be tried as an adult per state law. As for today, Texas Sky Ranger flew over the track meet where we have been seeing an increased security presence, just as the district did last year when they had to reschedule. Larger police presence, bag checks and metal detectors, along with marked police cars parked close to the gates out front. Now, Frisco ISD did issue a statement to NBC5 saying that the district is committed to providing a safe and welcoming environment at this event, adding that administrators are here on site and appropriate security measures will be in place. Now, this two-day meet is bringing together 8 Frisco ISD schools this week. It is expected to continue until tomorrow afternoon.
Karmelo Anthony's case just got worse. He is now being tried as an adult and is facing a first-degree murder charge, which in Texas carries a sentence of 5 to 99 years or life in prison, with the possibility of life without parole if convicted. Make that make sense. 5 to 99 years for defending yourself is crazy. But I need y'all to watch this full video, because at the end I have an important short clip I want to show y'all. But how ironic, bro. It's been over a year and we still don't have one video of the incident. This is Texas, bro. They put money into their high schools. They put money into sports, bro. They high school looks like a university, man. So it's cameras everywhere, bro. You telling me not one camera saw what happened? Not one high school kid had their phone up recording the whole incident? But don't worry, we'll talk about that later on in this video. So before I spaz out, I love when people bring the facts and not their feelings. Matter of fact, run a tape.
Texas. Karmelo Anthony case. We are going to clean up a lot of misconceptions. I keep seeing claims online being repeated over and over again, saying he was trespassing because Austin told him to leave and because there was signs that say no weapons. And then they jump automatically to that means he was committing criminal activity, so self-defense automatically disappears. And that sounds convincing if you don't actually look at Texas law, but when you look at the statutes and the argument, it completely falls apart. So we're going to walk through it together. So trespass in Texas is defined under Texas Penal Code 30.05, and the statute's very specific. A person commits criminal trespass if they enter or remain on property without effective consent, and they received notice that entry was forbidden, or they were told to leave and refused. But the statute goes even further and explains who can actually give the notice. And under 30.05B, notice must come from the property owner or someone with authority to act for the owner, or certain types of posted signage. So right away, we have a major issue with the online claim. A student at a track meet does not have the authority to remove another student from the public school property. Students are not property owners. They are not school administrators. They are not law enforcement, and they are not security officers. They do not have legal authority under Texas law to issue a criminal trespass notice on behalf of a school district. So the idea that just because Austin said to leave, that equals trespassing is simply not how the statute works. And the sign itself simply said that the weapons were forbidden, but that sign only talks about the context of what is not allowed. He would still have to have been criminally trespassed, which means they would have had to tell him to leave because he had a knife, and he would have had to refuse to leave because he had a knife before he can be criminally trespassed. Okay. Now, the next claim people are jumping to is, well, he was committing criminal activity because of the knife, so self-defense is automatically gone. And that's also not how Texas law works. Under Texas Penal Code sections 9.31 and 9.32, self-defense can still be considered even if other issues are present. What that language mainly affects is things like stand your ground protections and presumptions about reasonableness. It doesn't automatically erase self-defense. Number one has a fair and impartial trial because he is presumed innocent until proven guilty. And it is not justice for the victims if the wrong person is behind bars or if someone is behind bars simply because of somebody's emotional opinion on a case. Okay.
And y'all already know what I say make sense. And shout out to her, man. Shout out to her because she brought facts and not her feelings. I mean, in 2026, as Black Americans, can we even trust the system, man? Because I don't put nothing past them people. These racist people would use AI technology just to make sure Karmelo Anthony is guilty. These racist people would use fake witnesses just to make sure Karmelo Anthony is guilty. And I can go on and on, but I have to be honest, that Texas racism runs deep. If you know, you know. Check this out. Black people make up about 8 to 9% of Frisco's population, but data shows they are arrested at much higher rates, especially for low-level offenses. This gap is often discussed as a racial disparity in policing and raises ongoing concerns about fairness in the system. Make that make sense. And I keep telling y'all over and over and over again, most of Texas, not all, most of Texas is sundown, bruh. Tell me I'm lying. So imagine you had to unallow somebody just to defend yourself, and now your parents are forced to move because they getting death threats. I told y'all, bruh, racist Caucasian people, they stick together, right or wrong, no matter what. Exactly. And then they run to the media to control the narrative. Check this out.
Right.
The Metcalf family went to the news outlets early and shared their side of the story first. In high-profile cases like this, the first accounts that reach the media often shape how the situation is initially viewed. Early coverage can influence public perception as more details continue to come out. Make that make sense. The cops, detectives, the coroners, the hospitals, the doctors, the news outlets, the whole goddamn town, they all on the same team, man. I told y'all, these racist towns, they stick together, right or wrong.
Yeah, the same
That's why
shit
the
they do in
media
California.
is so biased. That's why it's been over a year and we
parts.
still don't have not one video of the incident. That's why I keep telling y'all, bro, the game is not fair. The game is cold with these people.
My boy.
There have been rumors circulating online that the Metcalf twins were known bullies, but those claims have not been officially confirmed. As the case continues to develop, more verified details are expected to come out. Make that make sense. You see the words they use, bro? Rumors. But if you go back to the videos from last year, man, you will see it's real life proof that those twins were bullies. Tell me I'm lying. Look at that face. That's the face of a bully that just got a reality check, man. And it's so crazy. The whole world has a problem when a young Black man defends himself, but they only call it a rumor when Caucasian people harm Black people, man. But this ain't their first rodeo, bro. They always, this system is set up for them, man. We got to go through all types of loops, all types of detours just to get a fair trial, bro. Just to get a fair trial, bro. We got to go through so much just for fairness. Like I said, this is not their first rodeo. Check this out. And I told y'all earlier, bro, when it comes to Caucasian people, when they murder Black people, man, it's rarely, it happens, but rarely they get charged with a first-degree murder, man. It's always a manslaughter. For example, this case with Daniel Penny, he choked a Black man out on a train, dog. The man wasn't bothering him. He choked him to death. Everybody was just watching. They was recording. They got video and audio of this, man. And you had racist Caucasian people all across the country that donated $3 million to this dude to help him with his case, man. And they charged him with second-degree manslaughter. That's it.
That is opposed
and he
to murder
was not guilty. He was found not guilty, man. It wasn't a first-degree murder charge. They never get charged with that, man. It's only us. Let's go to these cops. When they murder innocent Black men, they never get first-degree murder. Even if it's planned,
exactly,
dog. They got all the video, all the audio, all the evidence. It's never first degree murder. It's always manslaughter, so they don't get all that time in prison. Even Kyle Rittenhouse, dog. This dude drove to another state to unalive people at a protest that wasn't bothering him with a rifle, dog. Still not guilty. So don't tell me nothing about Karmelo Anthony had a small pocket knife, had a small screwdriver. I don't want to hear that shit, bro. Because all these people got off and y'all had no outrage. But when it's a black young man protecting himself, defending himself, now everybody mad. But I'm not going for it. I told y'all on this channel, we hold all racist Caucasian people accountable. All I'm saying is keep that same goddamn energy, partner.
Right.
And y'all already know, before I end this video, I have to always speak from my heart. Before I end this video, I have to always speak from my heart. Look, this summer, we cannot let this system railroad Karmelo Anthony. I told y'all, we got. This system wasn't designed for us, man. That's why you can have all the evidence. Let's say a cop unalives your family member, an innocent black man, innocent black woman. You could have all the footage. You could have everything. They go still, the highest they're going to go to charge them, they go say it was manslaughter. Even if it was planned, bro. They go still say it was manslaughter. So it's really no justice for black Americans in this country. That's why I say we have to stick together. We can't keep moving on when stuff like this happens. We have to keep making videos about it. We got to keep talking about it, bro. You know, that's up to us. And then I noticed something. Right after this incident happened last year, man, a witness came forward and he told the full story. And I hope that witness shows up in court on June 1st, bro. I hope he shows up this summer. I'm out. Matter of fact, run that tape.
It was raining. They got rained out like crazy bad. Everybody trying to get back to their cars or get in, you know, places where they, you know, wouldn't get all extra wet. Dude was sitting up under the tent, right? He was on his phone, right? My daughters was up under the same goddamn tent. Yeah. So I'm paying attention to my kids, but at the same time, they're in the same vicinity. So I'm watching everything going on around it because I'm there for my children. So dude walks up. McKellen, bro, he wasn't even under the tent at the time. They came from a whole separate tent and walked over there. They intentionally went over there to this kid, man. Dude was sitting there on his phone just trying to get dry. You feel me? One thing went from another. They grabbed this man and they tried to punch on dude. Dude went in his bag and whatever. They went to try to jump this dude and punch on this dude, man. And he protected himself, dude. That's what happened. Yeah. It wasn't just one. It was both of them, bro. Austin, that dude that got unalive, and his brother physically went over there to intentionally. It's not to the point that he brought a knife. For one, it wasn't on school property. The school is at least 5 to 10 miles away. It was a community track meet, bro. It wasn't a school track meet. So he had the right to have a knife on his person, bro.
Right. That part.
Exactly. And then on top of it, the so-called knife man was a cleat cleaner. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, the device was for cleat to clean his cleats. Now, keep in mind, this damn Metcalf punk was like 6'2", and our man Carmelo Anthony, man, is only like 5'7", man, weighing like about 150 pounds at the most. Right. So therefore, so Metcalf and his brother is going to try to punk this man, talking about he's on the wrong team's tent when the goddamn meet was in a public park. So that throws that out the window. Then they gang up on him, and he defended himself, man. And Metcalf, he ordered that, man.
Yeah.
That man there should be acquitted. That is self-defense.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? That is self-defense. And then you're going to try to punk the young man. You see what I'm saying? And then hold it. Wait a minute. Then didn't they say they tried to take his backpack away from him too, Brother Check? That's robbery in the first.
All of that.
See? Yeah, that's robbery in the first. I mean, but you don't hear these Nabisco motherfuckers talk about that, do you?
No, but these are the same ones that would justify any unaliving of our people.
Yeah, just like what happened with our man, Mr. Penny on the subway there. No, Penny was the perpetrator, right?
You talking about Jordan Neely, yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Neely. What happened to him on the subway? Man is hungry. The man is, yeah, cow dog, strong arm robbery. Okay, so the man is hungry. The man is thirsty because New York is very humid. You see what I'm saying? He was no threat to nobody. He used to do his Michael Jackson imitations, you know, to make his money, okay? Because up there in the Bay Area, they would have all kind of people come up and down the subways, man, doing their entertainment and what have you. Some of them are pretty good. But what it is that with this dump regime, with the Ferguson's dump one, Biden, who voted against every progressive movement for Black people, then the dump regime again. Then these Nabiscos is getting emboldened is because I've been arguing with these bastards on social media. You see what I'm saying? And then some cracker gonna sit up there and tell me what about black on black crime? First place, motherfucker, how you gonna tell me about my people's history?
Right.
See, that's that Charlie Kirk shit. You see what I'm saying? Now, how the fuck you? And then when I tell you motherfuckers about your history, oh, you're just a black racist, Shabaka San Croy. And I'm like, man, fuck you. Let me just go on and block you so you don't strike my page. Because you remember a couple of days ago, Brother Chad, I thought I was going to get hit with the suspension. You see what I'm saying? So I waited the 24 hours, man, and only putting half of it up there. And then I also, too, I'm not going to say this fool's name, but if you want to go up there, if the color of my skin don't bother you, can't be friends, take that ass scratching, chicken pecking, yassa bossing bullshit someplace else.
That's right, Shabaki. Biden and Clinton responsible for three strikes, yep.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, cow dog. And then keep in mind, cow dog, you remember when Hillary was running for president, man, went through Watts and they heckled her ass and came down on Bill too, talking about my brothers are still up there under your 3 strikes law bullshit and hiding Biden, that racist son of a bitch. He had always pushed for harsher crimes and more prison times for black people. And then the motherfucker got the audacity to get up there and says, well, if you don't vote for Biden, you ain't black.
Yeah, on the gloves.
Yeah, huh? You know what I'm saying? A black experience ain't your experience, Mr. Biden, and I don't give a fuck how many black prostitutes you paid.
Still went on and voted for him.
Exactly. You see what I'm saying? You know, Uncle Tom Bradley's, Kamala Harris, Barack Obama. You all come to us talking about you need our votes and our support for change that we can believe in, and you motherfuckers go up here and serve the oppressor's agenda. But at least one thing about the dump, as in human shit, and I want to make that perfectly clear, by the way, he's telling you how he honestly feels.
Yeah.
You see? Exactly, cow dog. Exactly. You see? The dump is telling you how he honestly feels. Okay, the deranged or orange orangutan motherfucker man is doing what the fuck he want to do. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
See? And I'd much rather deal with a motherfucker like that who tells me hates my goddamn guts, you know, because you's a black son of a bitch. But okay, great, fine, motherfucker. Now I know how to deal with you.
Right.
And I'm not going to be tap dancing and bootlicking and doing that goddamn Uncle Tim Scott shit.
Yeah. I just a little do boss.
Yeah, exactly.
Boss.
Yeah, zippity doo dah, zippity day. I got plenty of nothing and nothing's plenty for me. Song of the South.
We're doing that Uncle Remus shit.
Exactly. So what it is if these people, thank you, cow dog. That's exactly what he did. Obama loved black people to sleep and woke up with the alphabet community. Okay, to prove your point even more, cow dog. You remember when he went over there to Kenya? Him and Michelle went to Kenya, and he told the president of Kenya, and the president of Kenya said, "Hey man, welcome here. This is your ancestral land." Obama goes up to talk. What's the first thing the fuck he start talking about, man? Is some goddamn alternative agenda, some rainbow shit. And then what about the motherfucker Che that Biden had sent over there to Uganda, the land of Idi Amin Dada? Nobody fooled Big Daddy. And told President Museveni over there, well, man, if you don't endorse this alphabetized agenda, we'll take away your our aid from you. And President Museveni said, motherfucker, take your aid, shake the spot. President Museveni paused about 10 seconds and said, motherfucker, you still here?
All right.
Motherfucker sat there with his mouth open because I remember seeing a picture on social media that Nabisco's mouth fell open. So once again, these damn Nabiscos, exactly. I feel you, Cat Dog. Cow Dog. I feel you. See, so therefore, man, so these motherfuckers, man, okay, it's stating how they honestly feel, but we busy up here running around in circles. You see what I'm saying? We can't do that no more, Black family. We can't do that. If we have any disagreements, Black family, let us disagree agreeably because these motherfuckers is coming after us. We're going to be like, run, nigga, run in a minute. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just saying that there, man, to laugh to keep from crying. You see what I mean?
They ain't already done. Ain't nothing they can do.
This is true. Yeah, because it ain't nothing new under the sun what the fuck they did to us, you see. And then when you try to have these quote unquote conversations with these other races and all this shit, they're gonna sit up there and start telling us about our history. Motherfucker, how the hell you gonna tell me about our history? But then when we sit up there and tell you about your goddamn barbarianism, not only to Africans, not only to other groups of people, not only to what you did to the Native American, and here, well, you see, man, that there's the great United States and all that. Man, go get fucked in your ass with that shit. And I just hate to have to put it like that. Oh, yeah, exactly. Cow Dog Obama, Gay Lover Sinclair was at the press club before he was president, telling it all about him. Damn. And then Obama gonna go out there and do all that finger wagging up there in Motown, all them brothers who didn't vote for Kamala. You see what I'm saying? Doing all that finger wagging. You know what I mean? Doing all that finger wagging.
Or y'all supporting Kamala. Don't you want to see
exactly
leadership? Oh, you don't like Black women in high levels of power.
Yeah. And then Kamala, you know, she might as well go back to ghetto gagging. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, with Imhoff.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying?
Doug
you know? Yeah, just like what she was doing with downtown lowdown Willie Brown, whose wife divorced his ass. You see? Yeah. And then on top of that, you know, her infamous line, no, I'm not going to do nothing strictly for Black people. No. Yeah, Cow Dog, he got shut down real quick. You know what I'm saying? His wife divorced his ass and broke his ass in court, from what I understand, as well as she should have. He's 60 motherfucking years old, and what was she? 25, I think, at the time?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Yeah. You know. And then when she was the district attorney of San Francisco County, when they killed Mario Woods, which was clearly murder. She didn't do nothing. And I still got the article on that there, Brother Che from the San Francisco Chronicle.
Nice.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? You know, and they put 47 bullets in this man. Oh, well, he had a knife. Man, they could have the dude only weighed 140 pounds like young man right here. Carmelo Anthony, okay, if they went up there and whooped his ass and put him in handcuffs, great, fine, but y'all didn't have to put all them damn bullets in him.
All right. That part.
Oh, yeah, there you go, Cow Dog. We forgot to mention that. Oh, you see what Cow Dog just mentioned? Yeah, because that bitch helped them steal Nina Simone's house from her daughter in California. See? And Nina Simone was a woman who was ahead of her time.
Yes,
particularly when she made her song Mississippi Goddamned, and then to find out that the TV series In the Heat of the Night, well, Crystal Fox, who played Luann, one of the police officers, right? That there was her grandniece. Yeah, and I put up there, man, I says, well, I'll be Mississippi Goddamned. It's because Nina Simone made a record about that, doing the civil rights movement in Mississippi in the mid-'60s. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then when Nina Simone was coming up playing the piano, man, she was doing a recital and they wouldn't let her parents sit there and watch their daughter play. See, people, it's the ethos of this country, which is a group psychology, okay?
Yeah.
That we're supposed to let these other groups come over here, piss and shit on us, and we're not supposed to do nothing. We're just supposed to stand there. You see what I'm saying? And then when a cat like Huey Newton got up there and said, no, fuck this, you know what I'm saying? This is what y'all's people's laws say.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Just like when the X-Man that came out there and said what he said.
Right.
You see? Just like what the Deacons of Defense did what they did. Hey, fuck this, we locking and loading.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
Yep. Okay.
You know, and then, yes, sir.
Didn't you say you have to go?
Yeah, man. So I'm gonna call it a night, Brother Che. And then what we didn't cover, please log us. So what we're gonna do, when we get a full day, you know what I'm saying? We can go over everything and then let everybody know, man, that we're gonna be on a minimum, man, of about 6 hours, so we can get all caught up and make it look professional, right? Then I'm going to reach out there to Dr. Short, man, in the next few days, man, you know what I'm saying? And then I'm going to pull down exactly how he wants the itinerary, because he did state that it must be adhered to by the letter. So yeah. I'm going to have a conference with him. Hey, man, how do you want phase 1? How do you want phase 2? How do you want phase 3? How do you want phase 4? And we appreciate you, Dr. Short, from taking time for your busy schedule, man, you know, of communicating with us, sir. And we're going to do our damnedest to make it happen as per your instructions.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Is because, you know, man, we've had high profile people here over the years, Brother Che, as you know. We want to get more high profile people. If there's other content creators out there, man, that want to work with us, man, by all means, let's sit down. We talk. You know what I'm saying? You know? And boost up the new Blacc Media. You know, and definitely a shout out there to Breeze Omega and Cool Keezy from coming on last night. You know what I'm saying? And whatnot. And then, Brother Che, note this date, February 14th, 2026. Oh, okay, thank you, Cal Dog. Thank you, sir. Okay.
You mean April 14th, Shabaka?
Yeah, see how tired I am? Yeah, you know. Yeah, thank you, Cal Dog. And this is April 14th, 2026. So I'm signing off from Sin City, and then if you other content creators out there that want to get with us, public figures and what have you, please get with us.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know, send me an email or send Che an email, and then that way then we'll communicate with you to see what itinerary of how you want this here to happen, because this could be a shift for us, Brother Che, you know what I'm saying, to really blow up. Right. You see? And this is the new Black yeah, Cal Dog, you said, oh shit, easy, yeah. You know, yeah, you say, and have it go coast to coast, man. You know what I'm saying? From the west to the Midwest to the east, you know what I'm saying? Northeast, down south, you know what I'm saying? You know, because see, we are all we got, Black people, okay? These other groups, man, they're not going to come to us. And I'm telling you this here as an elder. I've seen this shit evolve over the course of my fucking lifetime. They don't have no good intent for us. This is not hatred. This is not racism. This is for our survival. You see what I mean? For our survival, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, Brother Che, with all that being said, man, I got a lot of shit to do tomorrow.
Okay,
so I'm going to give you a call, man, after.
Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
Huh?
We're still doing Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, right?
Yes, sir. Most definitely. Most definitely. And Cal Dog says, no, me and that cat had a little back and forth.
Yeah.
But I'm cool. I ain't tripping.
For last night, too.
Oh, man. Oh.
I mean, it wasn't like crazy. They just had a disagreement about the draft.
Oh, okay. And like I said, on that draft, be sure, young black man, to pull up the case of the U.S. versus Muhammad Ali. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I showed that yesterday.
Yeah, because that man was acquitted unanimously by the U.S. Supreme Court. You see?
Yep.
Yeah, in 1971, after they did give him back his license, because his case started in 1967. So as we all know about the exile that he had, but Lester Maddox granted him a boxing license in Georgia in 1970. And that's when he came back. And when he whooped the shit out of the Quarry, then he went on and fought Bonavina. Then he went on and fought Smoking Joe Frazier in 1971, which I thought he did too soon. Actually, if any damn thing, he should have had about 4 more fights before he fought Smoking Joe Frazier. Yeah, exactly, Cal Dog, and keep that in mind. Remember, Trump didn't want black people in the service. So there you go. Hey, what they call the damn president in the military, the commander-in-chief said he don't want black people in the service. So we're obeying what the commander-in-chief said.
Mm-hmm.
Use that shit against his ass, the damn orange orangutan bastard who belongs in jail. Motherfucker convicted on 31 goddamn felonies and ain't walked the count. Come on.
Right, 34.
Where's the justice? You know?
Okay.
All right, peoples. Okay, Brother Che. So this here concludes us here, season 6, episode 20. Oh, you gonna continue?
Yeah.
Okay, well, Cal Dog, if you can come up there with him, man, you know what I'm saying? You know, please do. And I'll give you a call tomorrow, Brother Che. Well, later on today, actually, because it's after midnight. You know what I mean?
Okay, Shabaka. Have a good night.
All right. You too, sir. Okay, talk to you when the sun is up. All right. Okay. Thank you for having me. Okay.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up. All right, so moving along, what did college say? When white supremacy can't beat you, they put some homogenized, half-baked, sissified, punctified Negro in front of you. Well, that's what BAFTA did. So Professor Black Truth gonna give us an update on that. Yeah, like the last poet said, the white man's got a God complex. Yeah. So April is New Black Media Appreciation Month. Happy New Black Media Appreciation Month.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Yeah, bootlicker too.
The Bastard Awards, the BAFTAs, is still dealing with the fallout of the racist stunt that they pulled at their so-called awards show. And they're still trying to con people into thinking that they're contrite, but nobody's fooled, at least not the black people who they need to fool, who are in the U.S., by the way. They've seen how the grassroots has reacted, specifically in the United States, and they're worried that maybe, just maybe, the same black American actors who were talking about Oscars so white a few years back will now start saying boycott the BAFTAs. So what we're seeing is the Brits are trying to get out in front of that. Enter China McQueen. Ugh, what a horrible choice of phrase. For those of you fortunate enough not to know, China McQueen is a transgender performer from Jamaica, specifically Montego Bay, which is why this person is now over in Britain, who embraced them with open arms, because this person fits the image of what they want to give to the rest of the world about black people. And now the white media is trying to make this person into a thing, trying to hype him up. We're going to go ahead and promote this person. Now, this China McQueen individual was in a show called Get Millie Black. And apparently this is something that the people in Britain, at least, are trying to hype up, and they're trying to make this into an important work of artistic merit. Now, in an interview with Channel 4, this McQueen individual was asked about the role that they had in Get Millie Black, and the only thing that they focused on was the LGBT aspect. Apparently, that's the only thing that they thought was important. McQueen didn't say anything about the actual show itself, and neither did the interviewer, so obviously it couldn't have been that important. But what McQueen did point out was that there is a strong, vibrant, and widespread LGBT community in Jamaica, especially the Gully Queens. The interviewer asked McQueen how McQueen got the role, and McQueen's answer was, quote, "I was at a queer art exhibition in Jamaica, and a casting agent named Nadine ran up to me saying there is a project out now, and she knew I'd be fit for one of the roles, even though I've never done acting before, so I said I'm going to give it a go." Now, isn't that something? This person was at a so-called art exhibit, and some casting agent just happened to be there and ran up to them because they thought this person would be perfect for a role on television, even though, by their own admission, McQueen had never acted in their entire life. And yet, you got this agent here who thought that this person would be perfect for a role on television. Now, what does that tell you? This McQueen character wasn't chosen because of their acting skill. Acting was completely and thoroughly irrelevant. They were clearly chosen for something else. Identity politics, anyone? This is the white media's version of it. And this gives you a little window into how the white media really decides who gets what roles, who they put in front of the camera, and why they do it. I warned you, told you about Coleman Domingo years back. It was obvious to me from the very jump that the white media was putting together a plot to push this guy to the masses and try to hype him up as being the next big thing. But when you looked at everything his name was attached to, when you looked at what he was supposed to be so skilled at, the only thing he or the white media talked about was LGBT. That's it. They simply said that he's LGBT and that there need to be more TV shows and movies that have black LGBT figures in them. And for the most part, when it comes to Hollywood, they prioritize that. This guy doesn't put butts in seats at the movies, and when it comes to attracting a television audience, he can't draw flies, much less viewers. And yet the white media hyped him up for a good long while there, giving him all of these glowing headlines. Oh, he's going to be playing Bayard Rustin. There's another individual whose name we know for absolutely no reason. Interesting how you can always have a story about black people, but you got to make sure that there's some sort of LGBT angle to it, and it has to be a prominent one. But they never have an LGBT story that they shoehorn legitimate blackness into. But I bring up Coleman Domingo merely to emphasize the point that we've been here before. So China McQueen is this year's Coleman Domingo. However, you can't put a tool out in front to be the crash dummy without credentializing them first. And that's where so-called awards come from. And now, apparently, the BAFTAs is doing their little TV presentation, and that's where China McQueen's getting all of these headlines from. Because China McQueen isn't willing to do any sort of criticism, certainly not about the open, blatant racism that we saw at the BAFTAs a couple of months ago. So, oh yeah, let's go ahead and give this person an award, because under white supremacy, that's how you bestow instant credibility onto someone. Under white supremacy, that's how they give someone instant legitimacy to be their tool. You should listen to what this person says. Why? Look at their credentials. Yeah, credentials given to them by the most corrupt people in the society. And we're being told that this McQueen character, who up until recently had never acted in their entire lives, is apparently somebody who we should listen to on the issues of the day, I suppose. Or at least when it comes to what we watch for entertainment. That's how the white media operates. They give someone an award and claim this award is only given to people because they did thus and so. That is so meritorious and so valuable, and this award is given in recognition of their contributions to blah, blah, blah. If there's one word that accurately sums up the white media's awards, it would certainly be prestigious. That's definitely the perfect word for it. I've told you for years now that the word prestige comes from the Latin root word prestigii, which means conjuring tricks. In late Latin, they used the word prestigium, which means illusion. That's where the movie The Prestige got its title from. It was a movie about two dueling magicians played by Hugh Jackman and Christian Bale. Every magic trick has three parts, and the part where you present the final illusion is called the prestige. And this is important because awards are seen as prestigious. But as you can see, that word means illusion. The importance that people assign to these things is not real, but they treat it like it is regardless. And that goes back to the original meaning of the word prestige, from the word prestigii, which means conjuring tricks. This is what the white media does. It conjures tricks when it tries to take its tools and get you to admire them and to give them credibility. This is why, as the Blacc media, we use the phrase conjuring magic when we talk about how the white media tries to trick you into believing things that aren't true simply because they said it. Because the white media is seen as prestigious, largely because they've spent decades pushing the propaganda that they tell the truth and they're so trustworthy. It's all a con. Giving awards under white supremacy is a way that they conjure magic. And in this case, instead of pulling a rabbit out of a hat, they pull this fool out instead. These days, McQueen is bragging that they're going to be keeping busy in New York. So already the white media is like, okay, you've proven your worth in Britain as far as selling the soap goes. Now we're going to have you working in New York in the United States, where you'll be portraying foundational Black Americans, no doubt. As McQueen puts it, one or two casting directors have already started reaching out about upcoming projects, and I'm getting ready to meet them. So I'm excited to see where things go. This is all just a blessing. Well, that's certainly reassuring now, isn't it? Because the last time we heard McQueen talking about someone wanting to cast them for a project, it had nothing to do with experience. At least this time around, McQueen can claim to have one role under their belt. But this is the white media picking and choosing who the winners are, because with the unparalleled wealth that white power stole, they can easily throw a few wooden nickels at their chosen tools. We saw this with Hannibal Buress after he set in motion the lynch mob against Bill Cosby. That clown got one or two make-work gigs from the white media and ain't been heard from since. But this is how white power keeps the wannabe bootlicks chasing that carrot. Show them one or two sellouts and suck-ups who seem to have their star on the rise, claim that if they just play ball, then the floodgates will open and opportunities will come their way, and you'll have a bumper crop of morons who'll be out there ready to break their necks to do masses bidding. This is white power once again trying to bestow absolution on itself. That's what the BAFTAs are attempting to do now. They're attempting to declare, okay, we have investigated ourselves and found that we did nothing wrong, and now we've also found that everybody just needs to move on. Nobody's holding it against us because we said so. They've enlisted some attention-starved creep who has no background to speak of in acting, and yet this is the individual who you can bet is going to be vouching for them, someone who none of us had ever heard of, and of course they're an intersectionalist. Intersectionalism is a Trojan horse for anti-Black racism. All of the people who claim it can't wait to deny that racism exists, and they spend all their time making excuses for anti-Black racism and attacking us. What the Brits are hoping for is that if people see this clown saying that they're so proud to get a BAFTA award, then hopefully more suck-ups are going to come begging for acceptance from the white media too. This is happening so soon after the entire racist John Davidson episode because they're desperate and trying to use some bought and paid for fool as their crash dummy. They're testing the waters to see what other people will see this and feel that it's safe to start sucking up. They'll have more than a few in Britain, unfortunately, but they know it will be more difficult with Black talent in the U.S. unless they have an immigrant background like, say, China McQueen and already get them some work in New York. And this is why we don't follow or listen to Black celebrities. When it comes time to stand on business, in too many cases, they're MIA. They're already hard at work now trying to lay the groundwork to say that, see, we got plenty of Negroes who are willing to say that I'm proud to get a BAFTA award. See, they're not holding that whole little N-word incident against us. They've moved on over here in Britain. And by the way, there's a few of those Negroes over there in the United States who have also moved on. Never mind the fact that we had to transplant some of them like McQueen to New York. But McQueen is still in the United States, so that counts though, doesn't it? That's the game that they're trying to pull. Now, to be sure, Black empowerment doesn't hinge on whether or not Black celebrities of all people are going to actually form a united front against the racism from the BAFTA awards and the BBC in general. But what it does mean is that as the Black grassroots, we remember whenever these incidents go down, who are the Negroes who are the very first ones who can't wait to crawl on their bellies. I have yet to see any Black American actor who's actually declared that they're not going to have anything to do with the BAFTA awards after this. Sure, there's been some words of criticism and some zingers that have been thrown at them, but I still haven't seen anybody who's openly declared BAFTA awards. I'm through with them for life. Apparently, there's more than a few Negroes in Hollywood who have decided that they want to keep that particular door open. Yeah, because if you go calling yourself wagging your finger at white people in the white media in Britain, well, the white folks who run the white media in the US, they identify with those racists a hell of a lot more than they ever would with a black person. And they might decide, you're wagging your finger at them today. Guess you figure you'll be wagging it at us tomorrow, huh? But this is what the Brits are trying to do to call themselves rehabilitating their own image. Get themselves some front Negro who's going to bestow absolution on them. As these good white folks gave me an award, so they're all right. I mean, they weren't calling me the N-word, so I don't really hold anything against them. That's what the scam is. And this McQueen character, their career is going to be short-lived, but between now and then, expect the white media to try to pretend as if this person is important somehow. And the BAFTA award that this McQueen character is supposed to be in the running for, I'm not exactly sure what it is, but if they've got a category for most shameless tool, then this McQueen character definitely gets my vote. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Burkett Cochrane, Robert Love, Jeremiah Holloway, Lamont Ingram, and Starlet Thompson. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Hey, yo, as I look around this room, if you're 35 years old or younger, raise your hand. 4 people. So here's the thing. Y'all in trouble. Yesterday, you had Al Green up here talking about we need a Secretary of Reconciliation, and then that's going to include what he said was reparations, which, by the way, wasn't reparations. Reparations is more than a check, but the very first thing it is a check. And come this year during the midterms and in 2028, if you don't have our check, you won't get no vote. No check, no vote. Yeah, I know that ain't what you want to hear, but that's what's happening. All of y'all in here, with all due respect, you're beautiful, but you're old. You're not talking to the youth. You don't know how to talk to the youth. You're trying to tell us what to do. We're not having it no more. So if you want our vote, you got to come with our paper. We're not scared of Trump. We're not scared of anybody. Biden is a racist. Trump is a racist. Kamala is a racist. And if you don't have our money, you don't get our vote. Yeah, not. Who are you? Oh, all right, yeah, so like I was saying, I'm gonna land my plane right there, but the Democrats are no better than the Republicans. No check, no vote. Y'all take care. And somebody get my man a tissue. He need a tissue.
I heard somebody talk about young people that tell them to just stay around. They're gonna see 2 people, afternoon, all of the youth in there. And I don't know, but you get provocateurs, because anybody that's talking to somebody younger than them holding the mic, then you know that they paid agents.
Might have to drop a dime on them niggas.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Gotta stop it.
I don't like that shit.
For sure, bro.
I don't like that shit.
All right, y'all, we back with another video, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and a better understanding of self. So check this out in this video, y'all. We going over Al Sharpton's NAN, his National Action Network. Now, if y'all seen in the beginning of this video, you seen how Al Sharpton hinted at trying to call Mr. FBA Melrose Mike an agent, okay, for what he said about not being able to connect to the youth, right? And Al Sharpton is the last person to be trying to call somebody out as an agent.
I can get a shoe, like 99 for about $35,000 a kilo, but I gotta get You know, more than once. Right. So, you know, I mean, if we're gonna do this thing, no, you talking about some real, I mean, 10 kilograms is like it's 350,000. That's a drop in the bucket. You know, we can go bigger. Every kilogram we bring in 3,500 kilos. So that's not. So if we bring in 10, you make 35,000. But that's a chicken pocket. He can, what he's going to do, he'll do what much they do. He can do it, 100 times over. Like the supplier, 100 times over.
He was an agent for years, and it probably never stopped. I'm going to show y'all proof that it probably never stopped. Check this out. Al Sharpton, right, cooperated with the FBI in the mid to late 1980s. Specifically beginning around 1983. He started the National Action Network in 1991, which I'm thinking is a part of it. This was the part of the play for what they wanted him to do as well. Listen, so it says, he acted as a confidential informant, recording conversations with alleged mobsters and boxing promoters Don King, which was first reported in 1988. Key details regarding the cooperation. Sharpton stated he cooperated because his life was threatened by figures in the music industry. He wore a wire and used a bug briefcase to record conversations, according to the Smoking Gun and confirmed by his own accounts. So, check this out. While admitting to the cooperation, Sharpton has stated he did not consider himself a rat or a typical informant, but rather someone assisting a legitimate investigation. To be close, the closeness to whiteness, especially white supremacy. That's what we see with the Democratic Party, and they try to hide that to act like it's just them trying to do great things for Black people. You got somebody who actually worked with the FBI. It's going to try to call somebody out. This is how much balls they got. This is why we got to call them out and tell them, we got to put y'all to the side. Y'all got to let the new leaders of the new school join in, because they're compromised. We're going to hear Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is going to go on her rant. I'm going to let y'all hear that rant that she go on, speaking on how she maybe run for president in 2028, and that's the last person Black Americans is going to vote for. But y'all check this out, and I'm going to get back at you. Let's get it.
Your openness to talk to the American people, as I said in introducing you, you and I go back over a quarter century.
Yes.
And if there's anyone that has had open communication, is you and I. So are you going to run again in 28?
So, okay,
I tried to be subtle, but I just figured I'd go right at it.
Well, that's as subtle as Reverend Al Sharpton could ever be. We love you for many things, but not being subtle. Listen, I might. I'm thinking about it. From the beginning, I have been unequivocally opposed to this war of choice that Trump has entered. Let us understand, first of all, this president is the first president of the United States since World War II who does not believe in the alliances that we have with friendly nations, does not believe in the strength of them, the recognition of the history with them, and the importance that that relationship bears on our standing around the world, our influence around the world, not to mention our national security. This is the first president of the United States post-World War II who has not considered the United States of America to have a responsibility to be a standard bearer around international rules and norms, such as sovereignty and territorial integrity. Look what he did as it relates, and what he has been doing as it relates to Ukraine. And why is this important? Because America's strength in the context of the globe and the world relies on a number of things. Yes, it relies on the fact that we have the most lethal fighting force in the world, our military, and it relies on what we call our soft power, which is the importance that we have placed in being a participant with other democracies around holding up international rules and norms such as human rights, such as the importance of respecting relationships. Foreign policy is a lot like your friendships in your personal life. The strength of the friendship is going to be based on some mutual recognition of the history of the friendship, what you've been through together. It's going to rely on trust, which is a reciprocal relationship. You give and you receive trust. It's a back and forth. Friendships rely on consistency. Do I follow through on what I say?
And we saw that we saw him when you know he had that court case and he beat those police and it went viral and everybody was talking about it. But now he's in the grease with the Mexicans out in California over the N-word. Now he recently did an interview where he was saying that he doesn't like black people. He doesn't like nobody using the N-word, right? He doesn't like the word, right? Man, these Mexicans are incensed. They angry. For telling them that they shouldn't be using the N-word. But check what he said in the interview.
Another thing I wanted to talk about too is I saw you don't say the N-word in your music. What kind of prompted that choice?
Well, first of all, the N-word is the most, I'm trying to find that word, it's said in the dictionary. It's the most offensive word in the English language. I don't like being greeted with it. I don't address my brothers and sisters with it. Like if you're on the Lakers, you're not going to say Lakers. Or if you're an Englishman, you're not going to walk around saying, hey, what's up, Limey? You know what I'm saying? If you're a Mexican, you're not going to walk around going, hey, what's happening? You know what I'm saying? I don't feel black people should disrespect the home team.
So if you actually watch the actual video, he's at, and you know, there's a lot of things that he talk about. I've seen him with them W women. I don't agree with that, right? But he's still a black man in America. He's part of the lineage. It is what it is, right? And when I watched the whole video, he was calling black people to task too about using the word, right? So again, black people are outnumbered out there with the Mexicans. They're racist, worse than the damn near W, man. But
you know, I know in America, they hear it so much. Like if I had a bunch of give me a bunch of white kids.
All right,
they're all here. Yeah, they're all my. Give them to me as babies.
Here you go.
Right, all right. And when I see it, I say, I separate them from the older white people that love them. The older white people that's going to give them dignity and pride and say, hey, we're Americans. We're white people. I separate them from them people. And I got them over here in my little chicken coop. And I'm like, what are those little white kids going to grow up saying? And then they're going to shake. They're going to be like, what's up, my honky? Pride when they say it. Like, what's up, honky?
Yeah.
Innocent. And uninformed because I done separated them from the people that will give them the dignity and pride to say that. So I'm thinking hundreds of years ago, The black people that couldn't speak English, nigga. Sometimes I watch a movie, the slave would be like, "It's you." You know, they don't know no better. They don't know they're the original man God created. They don't know they invented the pyramid. They don't know the Moors took knowledge to the Greeks and the Egyptians took, and the Moors brought knowledge to Spain and Europe. They don't know they're these intellectual people. All they know is what this guy that don't like them told them. That's my reason why I don't like the N-word. I don't think black people should call themselves that. I guess that's it.
So he's giving an explanation, and he's saying that if you take these W's as children and you program them to say, you know, all those words that he was using, right, then they would use those words with pride too. But then what you didn't tell them was give them the thorough knowledge of stuff. Tell them who they are, where they come from, that they are the original people when giving reference to us, right? And we say a lot of us going around using the N-word, but we don't know who we are as a people and what we've done globally, right? Globally, what we've done in this country, our achievements and our resistance. We don't really know that story, but we know the N-word, right? So that's basically what he's saying. As a brother historian, I can't be mad at that. He ain't saying nothing wrong. He's spot on in what he's saying, right? He's spot on. But you had Mexicans and some black people that took umbrage with this, man.
I guess growing up, I grew up in what they call a diverse environment where it was used a lot. And I was always told that it was a way of reappropriating a word that was used to dehumanize the community. So it's like by using it ourselves, we're taking that power away.
Okay. All right. I'm going to piss on you. And I'm going to tell you it's raining. Is that rain just because I say it's rain? No, that's piss. I salute the brothers that tried that. And I understand, ain't nothing wrong. You know, like if I stick you with a pin, it's typical if you jump. I got to salute a brother that don't let the N-word hurt him. He use it. He get with him. Like you can't hurt him like that. I salute that. At the same time, no.
Yeah. At what point in your life did you come to that conclusion?
I think when a Mexican walked up to me and said it, I didn't like it no more.
You've been back to LA in a while?
No, I left LA because of it. I didn't want to go to prison because it was too many people using the N-word that wasn't black, and I couldn't. So I knew I better leave before, you know.
Well, Mexicans in East LA don't typically say that.
A real Mexican don't say it. You got the, you know, like, I don't know, whatever, you know, like people hate us, but they imitate us. I'm going to say that again. People hate us, but they imitate us. You know what I'm saying? My dad said black people invented low riding. He said it was like in the 50s. And he said black people used to wear zoot suits. He said black people, the black jazz musicians used to wear zoot suits. And he said that, you know, Mexicans that play the oldies, Motown, they play them now. They play them. Like if I dig up Smokey Robinson, it won't be a picture of Smokey Robinson on YouTube. It'll be like 5 cholos standing there. And I'm trying to, you know, when I pull up a Smokey Robinson video, that's how much they didn't like embraced and intercepted Motown and all of the classic soul oldies that black Americans made. You know what I'm saying? You know, people hate us, but they imitate us. You know what I'm saying? So I was listening to that Lefty guy talk. He was like, yeah, in the penitentiary, we got ours. We let the blacks know, like, yo, you know, you guys are over there, but we got ours. Oh, but when he gets out the penitentiary, oh, he wants to rap like the black guys he won in penitentiary.
And see, he getting flack because he's been calling them racist Mexicans out. Now, Lefty Gunplay, you know, he'll talk about what goes on in jail and how they don't got no problem pushing that knife, right? And brothers, but then they want to come out here and want to cosplay off our music and want to be around us, right? No, and they calling the hypocrisy out. Now, some will say, now this is the thing too. I want to correct people, and I want to even correct brother Poet Flacco on this, right? Somebody make a statement and say, well, Mexicans don't want they women around other groups. They don't want their people around other groups, and so do blacks and so do whites. Let me tell you something. Black people was the most opening people to everybody. The only reason why we didn't want our people around in other groups because of the racism that we experienced, right? You guys are ingrained and teach racism. We wasn't taught racism by our parents. We was told, don't go around them people because they ain't no good. Because you guys are racist. It's two different dynamics working here, right? Two different dynamics. That's why we always had a damn near all-inclusive society to our detriment, right? So now to the point where now he's telling them not to use the N-word and they're going crazy. But he caught flack because he talked about La Bamba and how La Bamba was created by a black person, right? The Afro-Mexicans out of Veracruz, right? Right? Alvaro Hernandez, and it came out of the slaves and the Africans that was there. Man, listen, that come out of Veracruz, not these Mexicans here, right? And they got real mad when he said that.
But no, keep that same energy when you get out the penitentiary. No. Don't come over here using our rap music. You go over there and sing La Bamba. And a black dude wrote that from what I heard. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't mad at him. It's like just all that N-word using, and then the black people that give other races the green light to disrespect us. Like, California, I love my hometown, but it's a lot of stuff there, that I don't like. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to go back, but I got to live out in the desert. I need a whole lot of space, and I got to drive around to my love. I just can't just be out with random people drinking and just saying whatever and whatever.
But you feel like the popularity of the music is the driving force behind the appropriation of black forms.
I think brothers should have thought about it. I think NWA should have been brothers with an attitude.
Yeah.
Instead of we all get it. I get it. We was all mad and one time I called a girl and she turned around. She said, "I'm gonna show you a." You know what I'm saying? So I think a lot of black people kind of got that attitude, "Oh, we some niggas? Okay, all right, we're gonna show you some, we're gonna burn all this, we're gonna," and so they just running with that junk. But I think we should have just held on to the brothers, because now, you got all kind of non-blacks just using the N-word, and
I don't know if they would have got the record deal if it was BWA.
They could have said F the police they would have got it.
You don't think that there was a conscious agenda behind promoting some of these words on a corporate entertainment level?
I'm sorry?
Do you think there was a conscious agenda in promoting gangster rap in the 80s?
Yeah, but see, they can't promote what you don't do.
So after this, these Mexicans, the racist Mexicans and the gangbangers, right? Because y'all know the murder rate down there in Mexico and Salvador and Guatemala and all. We don't hold a candle to these people, right? They slaughter everything, even the plants and everybody, right? They went to social media and said this.
We've now got together and collectively decided that we will no longer listen to Afroman in 2026. Now, I understand for a lot of the 2000s and the 90s babies, everybody's like, no, but that fool was such a key part. Bro, if you guys go listen to his last interview, he was clearly against the raza. And personally, for me, I do have a problem with it because I used to listen to Code 45, 2 Zigzag, because I got, you know what I'm saying? That fool was really, really a legend. But now in my eyes, it's crazy how the legends are starting to go out bad in 2026, my boy. Sometimes you're better off not even saying anything. As one of the
So now these people want to get violent, and I don't see where he disrespected Mexican people. All he did was talk. He gave historical narratives and told the people how a TI is, right? But they're mad, right? So now you got people coming out, right? You got people coming out where it says news and information, freedom of speech. Afroman is facing backlash from the Latino community after condemning Mexicans for their use of the freedom of speech during his Channel 5 interview. His remarks about Latino community and his rappers has sparked discussions online, right? It says something like Lefty Gunplay. Please, HB, check this out right here. Or do I need to go in right on Afroman, on OG Afroman, and put him in his place for disrespecting the Mexican people, right? Then somebody said Richie Valens didn't write La Bamba, right? When did we listen to Afroman? Then somebody said y'all more mad at Afroman than the liberals trying to take you down. Every Cesar Chavez memorial ridiculous, right? And I agree with that. They ain't talking about that Cesar Chavez and what he was accused of and all the wild stuff he was doing. Because listen, a lot of those cultures, man, the women are disrespected and abused. They abuse each other, but they look at us, and I'm not saying that's everybody, because let me rephrase that, because I don't like to put those narratives out, because I don't like when people put those narratives out about my people, right? But everybody was looking at us as like the worst people, right? But in those cultures, in those countries, they got all kinds of atrocious things that go on, right? Afroman spoke up, and what he said was right. La Bamba was created by the Veracruz people whose roots come from Africa. That's a fact. He didn't lie. And he's saying he don't want y'all using the N-word. What's the problem? When we already hear that the real Mexicans, the real head busters, they don't use it. So what's the issue? Oh, you want to talk bad about us, but then want to cosplay our culture. Man, this all this stuff is a joke. Y'all gotta let me know what y'all think. What's your opinion on Afroman in regards to this topic, right? What's your opinion on this, man? If you made it this far in the video, hit that like button, subscribe to Street Media TV, leave your comments in the comment section. Remember, I love you all. Till the next time. Peace.
What's up, everybody? I'm Reggie Williams, founder and CEO of Ambrosia for Heads. And today I have the distinct pleasure of sitting with one of the most important collectives in all of hip hop. These gentlemen literally redefine the Bay Area hip hop scene. In fact, it would not be an overstatement to say they changed the sound of West Coast hip hop. After spending time in the major label system, they struck out on their own to launch their own movement and define their own craft. And because of that, not only have they thrived, they have survived and maintained and excelled over the last 30 years. They even have their own day in the Bay. If you don't know who I'm talking about Casual, Domino, Pep Love, Tajay, Festo, Opio, A+, and Del the Funky Homo Sapien. Collectively, hieroglyphics. Fellas, how y'all doing?
All right, man.
Doing well. Yeah. So I don't front. We've been here together for like a half an hour or so. I've been building with these gentlemen. And we're here today to celebrate something that I've been super excited about for the last several weeks. In fact, I think Taj and I started talking about this almost a year ago. So, but we are launching an exclusive merch collaboration that is merging the Hyro brand, which is legendary and iconic, with the Ambrosia for Heads brand. So today we're going to talk all things Hyro and really start to unveil these as we go. So I want to thank y'all again for being here. I know y'all were up late last night, up early this morning. I think there were some cramps involved. Like it's been a long journey. So appreciate y'all. But so the first thing I want to really ask is, how did you guys form this collective? Like, who knew who first?
Go ahead, man. One of y'all.
Lee?
Well, we formed a collective. We grew up together. A lot of us went to school together in elementary school and kind of started meeting each other over the years throughout junior high and some towards high school as well. And the unifying factor is basically a love and affinity for hip hop, especially at a time back in the day where it was like a burgeoning art. It was kind of like the bastard of the music industry. It had just taken out disco. A lot of people thought it was going to be a fad that was just passing. And we were just those kids that got into it super early and just kind of knew, when you were one of those kids that just knew and didn't care what anybody else thought. So we were like almost like the weird kid that likes something that nobody else really is into, like commercially or popular. Like it's not a super popular art form at the time. And that's kind of how we all kind of linked up over the years. If you knew a hip hop head, then you automatically had something in common with them and felt like you guys had the secret that the world didn't know about yet. And out of that group, a small group of subculture, there were people that actually wanted to become practitioners. And that's where you find hieroglyphics and how we linked together. We were like not just super hip hop heads, but also guys that were like, I'm one of those dudes. Like personally, I started rapping in 1982 when I was 8. I formed a group with Tajay. We were like, we're gonna be rappers, like that. And that's a short form.
All right, 1982. So who were y'all like when y'all bonded? Who were you talking about back then?
Run DMC, Sugar Hill Gang.
Grandmaster Flash, Furious 5, Melly Mill.
Yeah, okay.
I probably didn't. I mean, I wanted to be a rapper when I sang Run DMC and stuff, but when I sang the phenotype of EPMD, it like matched me. I was like, I really could do it. That's probably why I got my hat like this right now. You feel me? So I was like, it was a little later when I was like, I could actually be like that.
What was it about them that grabbed you?
each of them was dark skinned and heavy set, you know what I'm saying? And they was big. And sometimes you look for your template as a young artist, you know what I mean? You be looking to see if anybody out there like you, and they look like you.
What about locally? Was there anybody popping on in the Bay at that time?
Short.
Local DJs? Like, who was some of the guys that were on the scene at that point?
Short. Mainly for me, you know what I'm saying?
Too Short. Anybody else?
Fred Benz, Freddie B.
Right.
There's a dude named Calvin T. in Richmond.
Yeah.
Motorcycle Mike was probably like the first person to put out something from the Bay. Put out a 45 in like early 80s.
So my reach didn't, I mean, these were the like legends, the people they're naming, but it was like people who was really, we were honing our skills with that, like, it was little, smaller groups that we was not really competing with, like people like Chantel Moss, Shawnee D from Skyline. He was a rap legend.
Oh my
or Davey D from just rap. Not the Davey D that we know. It was another Oakland Davey D who used to freestyle in Eastmont Mall. People like that wasn't necessarily on the radar. Even, I say Cytoplasms. It was just certain groups that we was like, wanted to make sure we was better than. No disrespect. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Saito was a little different because that was started by somebody who got booted out of High Road.
Okay.
I mean, for me, it was like the local radio. I moved to the Bay Area from the South, and they didn't play hip hop on the radio at all where I moved from. So
KMEL?
No, this is before KMEL played hip hop.
I mean, but but KMEL was playing rap. Like when we first got to the Bay, I think Push It was one of the first songs I heard on the radio.
That's crazy.
I had just moved from a place where they didn't play rap at all, period, you know, on the radio ever.
That's Mississippi,
and
right?
So, and so hearing that, and then my mom started going to UC Berkeley, and she told me about Calex, and I started to hear their show, and they kind of had a crew actually. That was like what opened my eyes to something like, oh, you can like get together with a bunch of people, and y'all can like help each other to spread and be like vibing, having fun on some music, like just the whole cypher thing. Because they used to, what is the name? Money B used to be on the station with Davey D, and somehow I think from watching Pump It Up, I saw that Kevy Kev was a local college radio DJ too, and it was just like this interconnected thing. And then when I met these guys, they was like telling me about other cats like Swahili and Defari, and then at the Africa House, right?
That's crazy.
So the crew thing was what really opened my eyes to hip hop. Boogie Down Productions came out in '88, and that's kind of like, so you know, that's what made me at least gravitate to like being part of a collective.
Yeah, let's talk about that, because you all have had your own success like through your individual entities and careers, but what about being part of a collective do you think has helped you stay around for as long as you have?
It's the fingers on the hand kind of concept where, okay, your individual fingers are only so much power in each one, but as a fist, it's more powerful. And then also, we all really grew up together. Like, we're homies. Like, these are the people we grew up on the same street even, and blocks and stuff. So we were playing with toys and, you know, like little ColecoVision and, you know, the vibrating football and G.I. Joes and all that before we were doing, where at the same time we started playing with hip hop, you know what I mean? And it just grew from there. And I mean, you know, Dell is Cube's cousin. So seeing a real path actually coming out, because I remember before Cube was Cube, like they'll be playing us stuff when he was in CIA, before NWA and everything. But seeing that real path and it actually becoming real and fruitful for somebody made it, I think, us all see that it could be a reality. And once Dell got signed, you know, he's a couple years older than us. He brought us all along, like, as children, though. Like, now as an adult, we're like, oh, we were children, like 12, 13 years old, going down to LA, to Compton, and recording with Jinx and all, you know, Cube and all them. And I think that when you have such a powerful force of this sort of, it's not even a want to be famous or anything, but just like a real path to making it a reality, it kind of galvanizes you. And then when you have that add that with the friendship, I think it makes it so it's possible for us to keep rolling and rolling. It's like a snowball effect.
So you mentioned Cube. You know, for a lot of people, myself included, the West Coast sound, the first thing that I heard was out of LA. So you got Ice-T, part of Breaking, you know, so 84. But then when Cube and Dre and, you know, NWA came out, it really kind of cemented at that time what the West Coast sounded like. And then even in the Bay Area, you had Too Short, who kind of sounded similar with that, funk, almost like a G-Funk kind of sound. But you guys, when you came out, went completely in a different direction. How did that happen?
No, you said Hieroglyphics came out and went in a completely different direction.
Yeah.
Different influences. I mean, like, I listened to Short, and even through my family, I was influenced by all the Bay music, but I didn't aspire towards it. When I heard lyrics and like people rapping fast and just doing in the early elementary stages, that was be hella impressive. People would be like, lyrically, you know what I'm saying, using all these big words. And my curiosity thought that was better than just all the plain stuff that was surrounding me. And so when I wanted to bring something to the table on my block, I wasn't trying to emulate or even be like nobody who was just right down the street. I wanted to bring something like, y'all never seen, they rock like this. And I'll be on the street in Oakland I'm not really trying to show them how they rock, because I don't know how they rock in New York, but the people I seen on TV is doing it a little bit different. And it was just, my fibers was touched more by that type of style.
Yeah.
You know, my local style.
Like, I agree with everything you said. I like to add to that. Like, when you say the West Coast sound, what became the West Coast sound was driven by record companies. Because there's all kinds of creative people on the West Coast. But when the record companies came for hip hop after NWA blew up, they were coming for another NWA. So they signed anybody who was in the vein of NWA, and anybody who wasn't on the West Coast when they heard what the record companies were putting out, that's what they heard. So that gave everybody the impression of a West Coast sound. And it was a gangster sound. It was a more street. It was like offshoot NWA sound became the West Coast sound to if somebody had to put a label on what we were doing out there. But that was not the totality of all the artists out there and what all the different creative artists were doing musically. That was just what the world got to see. And when there's time to, you got to put a label on things, that was the label they put on them from what they were hearing. That's how it became the West Coast sound. So when we came out and we were contrast to what people were calling the West Coast sound, that's why.
I love that. I mean, even in LA, you had the Good Life and, what that represented. You always had diverse voices, but you're right. It's what the label was focused on and what the radio was focused on.
It's always like that.
It was the gangster gold rush. Like every label in the world wanted an NWA because they saw what NWA was doing independently. They were moving platinum units without any radio play, without any label structure. And the labels were like, we got to get in on this. And that's how come, like after that, there was a wave of talented artists and not so talented artists all representing that sound. And if you weren't in California, you thought all of the West Coast sounded like that.
Yeah, I mean, because you got Digital Underground. Yeah. This is another, something that was totally not in the vein of like gangster rap or whatever, So there was other voices in that mix as well.
Well, I was in San Francisco, a few years older than them, but I had a similar aesthetic. We didn't grow up together, but I was more intrigued by what they were doing in New York and then what was going on in the Bay. And so when I linked up with them, it was like I found family, like, we like the same things, And so there was a lot of people doing things that weren't in the vein of the typical West Coast sound in the Bay. It's just that, as Plus said, it just wasn't no focus. But here I am in San Francisco, and I have the same aesthetic as they had.
I think that we have, I'll say for me, my education as far as music is a little bit deeper too. I think I would say the same for everybody here. But we just had a knowledge of music even before rap got popular. Like, we always into music too anyway. You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, I mean, the Bay Area is like a hotbed for Sly and the Family Stones. You know what I'm saying? I could go on and on, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think to what Flea was saying, A-Plus was saying, I remember the World Class Wrecking Crew, which was deep. That's Dr. Dre's group.
Totally different.
That was not gangster rap at all. That was like that was just hip hop and rap was just one thing, and then it started to get broken down into categories because I think that's how corporations make money off stuff. This is sugar cane, but this right here is white sugar, all the way down to what you can just sweeten your coffee with.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, De La Soul and NWA was doing shows together. You know, it wasn't nothing weird about that at all. Two Live Crew and Rakim. You know what I mean? So
I just want to add that before there was G-Funk, there was D-Funk, man. So even that, like Dale, he's the funky Homo sapien. His whole first album he got George Clinton. You know, he got the one on there. So but that wasn't necessarily gangster style, and it was the way they flipped the funk was different. So it was very diverse when we were growing up. But as far as lyricism and all that, we gravitated towards probably a lot of the stuff that was coming out of the East Coast because it was more lyrically dense.
So this was at a time when it was really hard to make it as an independent. To really get put on, you had to have a deal.
You know what? I think that I think the first labels that took a chance with hip hop were like independent labels.
Yeah.
None of the big labels was chirping. They was like, man, this is trash. It took
Priority.
probably like 10, 15 years probably before they finally was like, oh, what's this? You know,
like was Profile,
Profile, Tommy Boy, all them
Profile,
fools was
Priority,
like,
Tommy
that was
Boy.
wild.
Jive.
Yep.
But when y'all came out though, it was early 90s and the machine was starting to form. And they were forcing people in a certain direction. So how did y'all resist that? Did anybody try and pressure you guys to be something that you weren't?
They might have, but like I don't care. You know what I'm
It
saying?
wasn't much like that then. They were still trying to find out that they was getting their knowledge or their influence of like, okay, this is what hip hop is more from they was taking a cue from the artists more back then.
In some
Not
ways.
totally, but
I've seen certain moments where certain people will be like, ooh, this shit did. I'm like, nah.
Now they totally think they got it figured out. They know they fully know what it is, and they can prescribe it to us now.
At that time in like the early 90s, like when our stars aligned, one of our biggest tenets was being original. We were like hyper focused on making sure we didn't sound like anybody else.
Nobody.
And that's just and with that state of mind we had and the state of hip hop, that's kind of where we landed. And with the state of hip hop at that moment in time, that's how we landed.
Now that I think of it, to add to what Please saying, we from the Bay. We specifically was from the old San Francisco, right? But the template we used came out of LA. What I mean, because we followed Cube template for Dale, which was to make a demo. That wasn't the Oakland thing to do. Your demo was what you were selling to people with the town.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So a little bit, we was from the Bay, but the template we followed was designed to get on major labels, and it worked. Because Cube knew how to do it, and he taught Dale, and he showed us, and so our path to independence really wasn't the traditional Bay Area one that they campaigned about, but we from the Bay, so as soon as we ran into adversity, it was like, oh, okay, well, we just gonna do what all the homies do. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's a good point.
Yeah. All right. So y'all decide you want to be a collective. Why did you choose the name Hieroglyphics?
What was the name?
Upstairs, the common denominator.
Shout out Upstairs.
There was a brother on the hip hop scene in the Bay Area who was from the East Coast. I think he might have been from Connecticut. But he came out to the West, him and a couple of his friends, and they got into the hip hop scene where we were at as well, because they were hip hoppers. So they were just gravitated to what we were already doing. And they had the name Hieroglyphics and their crew. And they thought it was whack. They thought it was whack. I was there. I was literally there. They thought it was whack. And they was like, that's a trash name. And Dale was like, that's dope. And they was like, nah. He was like, can I have it? And they was like, yeah, you can have that. That's trash.
But you want to know what? We got to give the other brother props. Lord S.J., right?
Nah. Okay, I mean, he was around, but he wasn't in their play.
That is the folks, though.
Yeah, that's the homie. But this dude was Upstairs, the common denominator. He actually ended up coming out with a single like in like 93 or 94. His name was Upstairs. He left the Bay Area and went back to Connecticut. When we were on tour, we bumped into his single. But he was like, Dale was like, you don't like that name? He was like, hell nah. That name is horrible. They didn't say trash back then. I think he might have said whack.
Horrible
Dale was like, can I have it? And he was like, yeah. Dale was like,
got it.
That's half the story, though.
That is
okay. Because we was calling ourselves the Mad Circle.
Okay.
And just like that happened, when Dale went to LA, the Cube thought that name was more appropriate for some gangsters.
Yeah.
He was like, why y'all being
That's not how that happened.
Okay.
Jinx came up with the Mad Circle.
Okay.
And it was Busy Boy Productions at first.
Right.
Bro, am I tripping?
Go ahead.
Yeah, you are. But we ain't gonna go through that now.
Jinx came up with the Busy Boy Productions. That was
Busy
the name.
Boy Productions
That was the
was
name of the
Jinx,
crew at first.
And that was Jinx's.
That was
crew.
Jinx's crew. That was kind of like, well, anyway, that was me, you, Jazzy D, Tajay,
King
and
Gizmo
then
too was in that
he
crew
hit us
too.
one day and was like, "I'm changing the name to Mad Circle," and we were like, "Cool." And then he gave the Mad Circle to WC, the Mad Circle, or they took it. I don't really know. I wasn't there to know how that happened, but he was like, "We not the Mad Circle no more."
But this is fun that we are bringing this back. But we thought of the Mad Circle at your grandma's house, sitting at the table, and I said we should be the Mad Circle. That's what happened.
I mean, we might got different, but
you don't remember right after we battled.
that was Jinx changing the name from Busy Boy. I think at my grandma's house, Dale was like, "We the Mad Circle," because Jinx said, "We not Busy Boy, we Mad Circle now." Right? Am I tripping?
That's dope. That's the dope. That's dope.
But we didn't act like so. Right. Yeah, I think it's like, what is it called? Serendipitous that hieroglyphics and Mad Circle both happened. But per my remembrance, Mad Circle was Jinx changing the name from Busy Boy Productions to Mad Circle and then getting the name yanked by Q.
Hey, shout out to Dub C and the Mad Circle though. Dub C is my folks. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So you get the name hieroglyphics though, but that's not a common name. Like everyone is bought into it, or how does everyone kind of?
I used to just be on my Black stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like I knew my history, I knew where I come from, all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So like hieroglyphics just meant something more to me. Like, oh, okay, yeah, like the writings on the wall, like it's, you know what I'm saying? Like it just seemed like, ooh, that's raw, without being overly like super African. You know what I'm saying?
But it was an easy sell. Everybody was down with it at first, or y'all just like, okay, yeah.
When I first heard it, I thought I had already heard that before. But
there was another hieroglyphic.
My mom was a jazz fan.
No,
it was a hieroglyphics ensemble. They used to play over at this little spot right around the corner from where I live called Ashkenaz.
Jazz group.
Absolutely.
They weren't hip hop. They were jazz.
Yeah, they were jazz. That's where I had heard it. I'm like, I know that. Hieroglyphics, I've heard of that before. But it was then that I had heard of it.
That was an easy sell though. Like, because we were like, they was tripping for giving that name up.
Yeah, they was tripping.
That was kind of like our sentiment. It was like, all right, you think it's whack? Okay.
The writing was on the wall, but has the meaning changed for you all over time?
Well, here's a story. Dale made up the symbol shortly thereafter, right? And he just made up the symbol. Like he made it up. It came out of his brain. Like, right. One day he was like, this is the symbol. One day, this brother came over to my house, Benjamin, rest in peace. He's no longer with us. But he came over my house and we was like weed buddies, and he had a girl with him. And he was like, the girl was like, oh, this is one of the dudes from that group that has the thing, right? And he was like, yeah. And she had a book of Mayan hieroglyphs. And she opened it up to the page and it had the hieroglyphic sign. And she was like, did you know what this meant? And I was like, I had no idea. And so I read the whole thing. And back then, this was like pre-computers, pre-internet, all of that. I mean, no, pre-laptops. And so I asked her, I was like, I got to show my boys this book, because the definition in the book said the number 8, it said harmonic resonance, and the concept of infinity was the definition of the symbol in Mayan hieroglyphs. And I was like, this is incredible. Like we didn't know that.
Right.
Dale just made it up. So I asked her, could I have that book and show my friends? And she was like, hell no. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, well, can y'all just sit and let me copy this whole chapter out the book? So I literally, and I wrote down some weed. They were just smoking. I copied the whole chapter out the book into my rhyme folder. And I came back and showed fools. I was like, bruh, Dale thought of this, but didn't know none of this. It was just kind of, he just knew that this was all going to be our symbol. And then actually ended up meaning hella stuff that we already stood for. So that was just kind of like, this had to be like 94. You know
I
what
will
I'm saying,
say
when
this.
this happened?
I will say this though. Now looking back and what I'm into now, I had a book by Carl Jung that was about symbolism and stuff like that. And I was looking at that back then. So maybe subconsciously some of that was in my head. So I was trying to be a graphic designer, so I always was looking at different symbols and stuff. So maybe something floated in my brain and just, you know what I mean?
Your third eye saw it. So, I mean, can you talk about that concept? Like, you
Third eye vision?
Yeah.
The actual symbol, I was thinking of something simple like the happy face, the happy face logo from the 70s. You know what I'm saying? But I was like, instead of that, like have a third eye and then have like a mouth that's not smiling, just like I guess the way I would be looking back then, you know what I'm saying, if I look at any of my pictures. But yeah.
Fun fact, if you watch Dell's first video, he got a jacket on and the Haro sign has a nose.
Yeah.
Oh, word? Oh, wow.
I
That's
still
crazy.
have that jacket.
That's crazy.
In my closet at my spot in Oakland.
Yeah.
That's
dope.
crazy.
All right, so again, we're here celebrating a collaboration between us, and are y'all ready to see the first design?
Yeah.
Sure. So I'll let you do the honors.
The unveiling.
Yeah.
The unbagging.
We only got 200 of these.
All right, so here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. That's design number one.
Okay.
Design number one.
Hey.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's dope.
Dope.
Yeah.
You see it? That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
one.
We got 5 in the bag, and the rest are on the way to your spot, you know?
Right.
So they'll be there waiting for you when you get back.
And you know the Haro fans, they're called Haro heads.
Yeah.
So that's dope. That's a good play on words.
Hyro for heads. Yeah.
Okay.
Hyro heads, ambrosia for heads. So
Yeah.
super dope.
Maybe it fit me. I'm team fat, so.
Yeah. All right, so you talked about the infinity sign. You know, obviously 93 till infinity has remained timeless. You guys, in the moment, did you know what you were making? Did you know this was going to be something that endured 30 plus years?
No.
We were kids. I don't even think we understood the concept of 30 plus years.
Right.
At that age, we thought somebody that was 30 was 1 foot in the grave. Like
Right.
30? We thought somebody that was 25 was 1 foot in the grave. 25, dog? Why are you even here with us? So conceptually, there's no way for somebody at 18 or 17.
Yeah.
I think I remember like Fess in an interview, Fess or Opio saying it best, is that like we realized once the song was done in the studio, you know, back then everybody's done laying vocals, you don't really you don't hear it as a whole thing yet until you're done with it. And then there's a mindset you put yourself into for playback, and the playback after the song was done, they were like, I think we got something here.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
And that's the best I ever heard it really explained is when how they explain it like that. I believe that was in our documentary. But we were just making another song up to that point. Then when it got played back, we were like, hey, this might be something, you know? Because when you're in creative mode, when you're putting pieces of a song together, you're not listening holistically.
Yeah.
You kind of have to turn yourself back into that mode once the song is done, when you're listening, to get yourself out of creative mode, to hear it how you believe you hear things as a music lover or as a fan man. And so it's kind of like hitting a reset when you're done. And when we heard it, we were like, oh, this might could, you know?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things about that song is, you know, we kind of were trying to push the envelope lyrically with our vocabulary and just stylistically and all that, and trying to just be kind of avant-garde or whatever. And we wanted to have a well-rounded album. So we had stories, we had different things that we was trying to hit, but we did feel like there was kind of like something that was missing. So with 93 Till Infinity, we was trying to just kind of make a song that would be a little bit more universally accepted. You know what I mean? Because we understood that we did have a certain type of niche style that we had that might not be palatable to everybody. And so just kind of going into creating that song, we was like, we're just gonna make a song about just like chilling. And we had the concept of 93 Till Infinity was 91 Till Infinity. So like original,
Okay.
you know what I mean? So we had that in 91. I mean, I mentioned Infinity in Burt on the B side of Mr. Dopolina. That's the first Hyro song that we ever did, or that came out, you know what I'm saying? And so like I say Infinity on there just because we already had that concept. But it was that type of vibe to where like after we laid everything down, because you know it's like everybody got their different verses and putting it together or whatever. So that whole sitting down and listening back to the playback, that's when we were like, okay, I think we accomplished our goal. We do have something here.
Also, this brought up. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, though.
I was gonna say also, like, you know, there was a lot of the record that had been recorded already, and so I feel like that song was kind of on the later part of the rap.
Second to last.
Yeah, it was second to last. I know it was one of the last ones, and I feel like when that song was completed, it was kind of like not just we got some in this song, but it was like that missing element of that we feel like, oh, this album is, you know, like it was like that one song that kind of just kind of completed the puzzle, so to speak.
Yeah,
I think I was kind of leaning to that a little bit because the timeline's a little hazy for me. But was it like cab fare? We already knew we weren't using cab fare at that point. Had it been determined yet? Because in my mind, I remember it almost like we needed to replace that song. That was the most catchy type song that we had up to that point, and then we found out that we couldn't use it. But I can't remember if it was like we.
It was like your part way there. We hadn't turned in the record yet, so that happened after we turned in the record, and Cab Fare got struck down, and then Step to My Girl got struck down, and then we were happy we still had 93.
Okay, all right.
But but at that point we hadn't turned in the album yet.
Yeah.
All right. And it went like the 91 Till Infinity's track. That was like from 11th grade. It was like a slower track, and it was more about like camaraderie. Whereas, and then the Burnt song with that Ope was talking about, where he said Infinity was 92, and then we just kind of rehashed that concept in 93 instead of changing it from a camaraderie like heartfelt thing. It was more like he said a chill vibe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So Certified Classic has endured for 3 decades plus. And you guys decided in, I think, 2023 to do a cypher with all new verses. Did you have hesitations about that? And did you expect it to do what it did? Because for us, it became, if not one of the biggest posts we ever had, 4 million views just on our platform alone. Like,
wow.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely insane. So what was your thought in making that? Did you have any concerns? Like, did you know it was going to have the reaction? Like,
I think they got us with the concept, which was the 360 thing. I mean, at least for me personally, I was like, oh, that's super cool. Like I had to go watch the stuff that was done before. And I think, I can't remember what group it was. Maybe it was Coast Contra, I'm not sure. Yeah, I had seen theirs and I was like, oh, this is dope right here. I wasn't even thinking about like new raps over 93 Till or anything like that at that point. I just thought the optics of it were dope, you know? And so I think that was, at that point, it was kind of an easier decision to make in terms of like, that whole thing of doing new raps over the.
I think, like, I don't remember it being any real roadblock. The real roadblock for me was I wrote a rap to do that post with, and I didn't spit a new rap that day. I took an old rap from the song Burnt that Opio referenced earlier. The first song we ever did with Dale that came out on the B-side to his second single, Mr. Dabalina. Opio and I used our raps from, it was actually his idea, but I did his idea. But I had a rap written, and when we were in there, see, the thing about the Red Bull Spiral is that it was one take and you couldn't mess up. And if anybody messed up, you had to start at the beginning. And the new rap I wrote, I didn't anticipate it being so difficult to say. And I didn't want to be the one to mess it up. And so when I saw that Ope was using the old rap, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do what Ope's doing. So I used my verse from Burnt as well. I just kind of just yanked his style on that one.
I mean, the thing about that is that A+ is the one that produced that song. You know what I mean? And so like that beat has endured. You know what I'm saying? Like the track, obviously Souls of Mischief kind of created a vibe, and you know, it was kind of like there was something going on with youth culture and whatever at that particular time. But it has endured far beyond that. You know what I mean? And a lot of different MCs have rocked over it over the years. You know what I mean? You know, Freddie Gibbs, J. Cole, the list goes on and on. But the track still, you know, it still remains even right now in 2026. You know what I mean? Like it's still hot. You hear it just the beat alone, minus the lyrics. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's kind of easy. It's a little bit of a softball, but to be able to rap over that track, because you know it's going to kind of like people just hear it and it's just something about the way it's put together. aesthetically, sonically, you know what I mean? It just kind of washes over your body. You hear that first little note, boom, and it's like, damn. You know what I'm saying?
I think the key from, he produced it, but my point of view is that song, that sample, that elicits emotion in the song, and so I feel like it's just one of them songs that you listen to, it gives you a specific feeling, emotional feeling, and that's why I think songs like that transcend time.
Yeah.
And of course, the name of the song kind of helps that along too.
Heather, right?
Oh yeah, Heather is the name of this.
What's interesting about that song, how he said it emotes, is the Souls had an interview with Billy Cobham, the person who made the song that we sampled, and he's a famous drummer.
Yeah.
But we did an interview with him, and he told us that he went to the Hiroshima War Memorial in Japan, and he was so moved by it that he went to his hotel and wrote that song. And so when you talk about it emoting so much, it came from that place where his sadness or whatever the deep emotions he was feeling from that experience. Now, when I sampled it on 45, it still emoted, but it wasn't somber anymore. It was more like happy, more like I feel good type music. So just the changing in the way it was sampled, it didn't take the emotions out of it. It just changed the kind of emotions that were coming out.
How did you even come across that song? I mean, your parents playing it? Like, where'd you?
No, I came across that from back in the day. I used to, as a producer and a sample digger, I used to look at what other producers that I looked up to were sampling and other artists. So Gangstar was, back in this time, the companies had the list who was sampled on the back in the credits of albums. So Gangstar came out with Step in the Arena, and Premier had sampled that, a song from that album. And what I would do is I'd write it down. And whenever I was at the record store, if I saw anything on this list, I would just buy it. Because I was like, a Premier sampled this album, maybe there's something else on it. So I bought that album on that premise. Basically sampled it for something the right time. I can't remember a song on Gangstar's second album, Step in the Arena. And there was a bunch of songs that were sampled on there, but nobody sampled Heather. And this is a record everybody had. Pete Rock had it, like the Premier had it, obviously. A bunch of people, it wasn't a hidden gem of an album. I found it in a dollar bin. Being a person who didn't have a lot of money at the time, I couldn't spend more than $2 or $3 for a record anyway. So that's how I found it. And as soon as I got it home and I heard that, I was like, to be quite honest too, that at that time in hip hop, people weren't looking for those kind of samples. People were looking for different edge. So it doesn't pass me that Premier probably listened to that and was probably like, this ain't for Gangstar, or Pete Rock was like, this ain't for CL, because that wasn't the sonic template that was going on in hip hop that producers were looking for. So it was just being avant-garde kind of. I was like, well, I think this would be dope. I'm like an emo type guy anyway, so I like feely music and things that kind of move the heartstrings and stuff. So I gravitate towards that kind of stuff.
That's super dope. All right, so after the major label experience, you guys move on and launch Hyrule Imperium. And I think you were some of the pioneers of independent hip hop in terms of from that era on. So what did that teach you guys about ownership and control, having your own thing?
Well, one thing that I felt like when everyone started getting dropped, and at the time I was managing most everybody, and I said, man, what do we have? At this point, I felt like we had some props and we had some success, but we didn't have, we're dropped, and now what do we have, right? And so I think that that kind of started the ball rolling on like having some control, because we were really up to, the whims of people that we didn't feel were part of the culture anyway, a lot of these executives. And so I felt like we needed to establish something, of our own, that we could control, the narrative, control of how we decided what was going to be the singles and how we marketed things. And I think of course, ownership, but I don't know if that was the first thought, And then I think the final, and that's kind of, how it started. It was kind of like a way, I think initially it was a way for us to kind of get a little bit control, put out a record, and then everyone would get signed again, you know, but we would say, hey, we did it ourselves, so we let us run the shit, kind of. But that was kind of the initial plan. But then once we put out Third Eye Vision and we started having success in touring more than we ever had done when we had hit records, you know, we see, well, this is the way to go. I think that everyone kind of lost the focus on, you know, trying to get signed like shortly after that.
Yeah.
And I think ultimately, as far as ownership, I think the thing that was the kind of defining moment in my mind was we had an idea to put out the best of hieroglyphics, you know, and we wanted to do like some of our indie stuff, but also get like, you know, songs from the major labels as well and license them and have the best of hieroglyphics, you know. And then we contacted Elektra and they said no about using Dell's songs. And I thought, man, you know, like he can't even get approval to use his own music. Like that kind of was, you know, we were already well on our way as far as being independent, but that was kind of like, it's all about ownership really at that point when someone can just tell you, no, you can't use it. You know what I mean? And that's his blood, sweat, and tears, our blood, sweat, and tears. And it just didn't seem right that we didn't have artistic and creative control and ownership to be able to do what the hell we wanted with our art, you know?
Now you guys, like, you were ahead of your time because D2C, you know, direct to consumer, DIY are the new buzzwords, but y'all been doing it for decades now. So how important do you think that is in the longevity you guys have had?
Oh, it's of extreme importance. I mean, maintaining the relationship with our fan base is why we pack shows every night, headlining our own tours. Like, we really going out with other people. They open for us more so. I mean, we had the opportunity to go out with Tribe and De La early on, and then Cypress in 24. But I mean, within that 31-year time period, the rest of it is just us, and it's made possible by the sort of D2C what's going on. I remember sitting with Domino on, you know, my mom's steps, stuffing packages, cassettes, after getting, you know, order forms and filling out order forms and sending checks in. And you know, we're talking to people. That's when we realized you have a global fan base too. Like when you're doing the record store, it's all about, you're at the mercy of your distribution and how far out the distributor can reach. But we were getting stuff from people stationed in Iraq and you know, like people all over the world. And that's when it was like, oh, we got a global fan base. And we had this way to talk to them. And then, you know, through the forum, shout out Stinky and hieroglyphics.com, because we were way early on that. I mean, we had websites before most of the major corporations had them. We were able to actually talk to them. And then a lot of the promoters and stuff, we met that way, right? Or, you know, through the forums, through actually just talking and interfacing. And then people, sometimes it's people's first show ever through. And now they own clubs and multiple clubs in their cities and stuff. So I think D2C was what really made it possible for us to have longevity in that weird time period between physical, when physical was something that we started to have access to, like with disc makers and being able to manufacture our own stuff and CDs and tapes and these things, and now vinyl and all that.
And really, I'll just add that D2C is just the way they do this all the time. They find a way to rebrand something that's already successful and take the uncoolness out of it, and now it's validated. Because when the dude was standing in front of the fish shop with his CD, that's direct to customer.
Right.
But it was so bad to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you selling your own CDs and stuff. And now they rebranded it and they're trying to figure out how to get in between you again.
Right.
It's direct to customer, then why we need to be talking to y'all?
Yeah.
You know, so I'm talking about big major labels or anybody who's trying to pry on your DTC.
Yeah.
Well, the key though is it was before social media, right? Now everyone can talk direct to their fan base. It wasn't like that before. And so I think that for us, it was a necessity. We didn't have no other option. We didn't have a marketing team. You know, we had some benefit where, like, you know, friends of mine who worked at you know, radio promotions, God gave me lists, and then I was able to, like, we were calling, you know, college radio and stations, and a lot of them knew us from our earlier releases. But ultimately, because we found the internet early, it was kind of the only way we could sell our stuff. And we had established, you know, the internet, you know, in the forum. And so we were in there talking about projects we were working on. Like, for instance, Future Development, Dell, when we started that, it was going to be on Elektra. And
Right.
Well, it wasn't called that yet, but we were working on it. And so we were, you know, doing updates on what we were up to on the site. And so when Cass started getting dropped, or when Dell got dropped, it was like, well, what happened to this album that you know? And so then we just initially just started going, well, all right, well, we'll press it up ourselves, and then, you know, just start selling it. And then a kid that I knew in St. Louis would call me all the time and be like, you need to send me like a cassette of some of the unreleased stuff, you know, stuff that hadn't come out. After calling me probably half dozen times, I finally made the tape. And then I remember showing Tajay, I'm like, yo, we could sell this. Or no, I was like, I made this, and Tajay was like, we could sell this. And so these things were just things that we were doing. And we were like, all right, you know, people have interest because we were speaking on a lot of this stuff. And then that's when it kind of started. But it was really more of a necessity than like a plan. It was really the only way we could interact, you know, to give something to our fans. So we didn't have a label anymore, but we had the internet and that connection.
So it's a double-edged sword though, right? Because you got control, you're getting the lion's share of the money, but you also got to do all the work. How do you guys balance doing the work with actually creating?
It's difficult, I think, but it's become so much easier with all these tools that we have at our disposal with regard to social media. And, you know, like, you can really run your campaign through your telephone. I mean, we see a lot of these rappers now that do that, right? We know them almost solely. We don't even know their music. We just know their movement because it's all being run through telephone. So I think with all these tools, it's easier. However, we're coming from not the old school, you know, we new school rappers as far as the timeline, golden age, whatever. But having to acclimate ourselves to that has been a learning curve. And I mean, you look at what Casual's doing, he's eating it up. Whereas for me, you know, I'm like, oh, I need to be recording this. And, you know, like, and getting used to being comfortable on the camera, knowing that you're taping yourself, making sure that you're capturing things that we may not, we think are just regular stuff. Like, we tour the world, we do this all the time. And it's fascinating to people who haven't seen it. For us, this is our job. Like, this is just what we do. So knowing that we need to capture these things, using the technology at our disposal, I think there's a sharp learning curve for us who are not digital natives. You know, and for our kids, I mean, they're documenting everything, right? You know, it's just part of their whole thing. But, you know, with the glasses and all these different things, I think that we're starting to climb up that learning curve. But it has been, for some of us, more difficult than others.
Me personally don't have to balance a creative process with business. If you look at how we form our projects, I ain't even thinking business minded when I'm in my creative process. I'm in the stool vibing, you know what I'm saying? So there's nothing to balance it. Nowadays, it's kids are sharing that process, and then it starts to become part of the business. But it's strictly creative when I'm recording. Then you turn in the project and turn off the creativity and turn on the business mind. Like, how are we gonna get this out? How am I gonna do this? How many videos I'm gonna do? And so that creative, I mean, I need 100% creative space when I'm creating. I don't like to even think about exploiting the material until it's complete and done. And then once I'm finished being creative, my brain is all free for business thoughts, you know.
And that's a creative process too, when you're thinking in business mode, but it's a different kind of creativity, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I think the key is that now it's so oversaturated that you kind of have to get creative in your process of getting it to the world now. You can't just put it out like it, because everyone has the access that we all have. And so you got to still be creative in the sense of, all right, how are we going to, you know, stand out amongst all this big wave of people releasing music every day?
I feel like the closer you get to yourself, naturally, you're going to do what you want to do. I think that's the thing, to cut through all the other stuff. If you do what you really want to do, and you're not scared to do that, it's got to be you. Nobody is like you. So I think that's the challenge. It's getting so close to what you about for real that you could do that with no problem. You know what I'm saying?
That's real art. And that's real art.
I think that the art and creativity has a quality of, you know, invaluable in a lot of ways. You don't know you don't know how. They may try to like put it into a different process. You got to do this and you got to do this to get this, marketing, promotion, formulas and stuff. But it transcends that in a lot of ways. And there's a point where you have what's called compounding interest, where all of a sudden you go from one fan to 1 million fans. How did that happen? Or one sale to 1 million sale. People not knowing who you are to, overnight sensation. And I don't think there's ever been any business that actually knows exactly how that process happens.
Exactly.
That's beyond business, but a lot of business gets done.
They think they found out some, you know what I'm saying?
So you talked about the global impact you guys have, Iraq, all over the place, right? So when you look at artists and collectors out there now, are there any where you see the Hyro blueprint manifesting itself?
I mean, I don't see it like being called. I mean, even acknowledged as that. But we laid come on now. It's all half these independent labels to tell you they watched what we did and did it. We watched others, the ones before us.
Dangerous Music.
Exactly.
Ramen.
Profile and all of those. To try to leave the mark we made out like you did. If you came after us and you independent and you didn't know about what we did, then you didn't know the whole field and you didn't do good research. So I would say it would safe to say that hopefully you did inspire people in this direction.
And if you wasn't inspired directly from us, then you probably was inspired by somebody that was inspired by you know what I'm saying? Like,
and this includes that mid-tier or whatever you want to call this touring that everybody's doing. Like that's Dom and really, really reaching out to all these guys. Like when we're saying like, the St. Andrews Hall or the what is that, SOBs, like that those types of rooms throughout here, they was not taking chances on hip hop because hip hop was seen as violent and dangerous.
Right.
And we were seen as palatable and kind of clean. So we were really like the first rap shows that a lot of these promoters did and a lot of these halls did that are now the staples of this underground hip hop tour. Or
became like the circuit. Like, our first tour that Dom put together with dude from the agency, that everybody, all the underground groups started doing that tour and have been doing it since. Dom put that together with
all the big companies was influenced by us. Live Nation, AEG, Another Planet, all of them.
What he's saying is real though. Like the places that are now being all purchased by Live Nation, those were not spots for hip hop before we started. We're talking about now 20 years back, 18, 19 years back.
Remember what I was saying though? Take about 10, 15, 20 years.
These were like rock venues with like the engineers not knowing how to mix hip hop music for a show. We were doing hip hop in some of these venues for the first time ever.
First rap show.
Back in like 96, 97, 98.
There just wasn't an underground touring circuit in that era. It was mostly like you either got on the Budweiser Superfest or you were huge. There wasn't like the independent touring circuit. And basically I just saw what punk was doing. A lot of
that's a fact.
And so they basically get in the van and just go and because we, it was like we didn't have no way to promote things, and that was the main way. I was thinking we should go to these cities and go to radio stations and kind of accomplish it all out there face to face.
Well, we talk about saying antiquated or like we talk about something old, but they just did 90 shows last year or something. Now let me ask, who else could do that? So they still trying to figure out the new template, like how they do that just last year. How did y'all do 90 shows?
125. It started
125.
Yeah, it was Tajay's marketing genius on that. He's like, let's do 93 dates for the 30-year anniversary. Once it started coming together, it ended up being 125 shows.
That's crazy.
But it was like, so what Cash said.
I mean, that goes, I would say that a lot of that is really our fan base, how we've nurtured it through the years, and that all credit is due to that. Like, I think is that we just are lucky enough to have the type of fans that are like kind of loyal and really want us to win. You know what I mean? Because they feel like we're a little bit underrepresented as far as when people have these conversations about the best groups and all that. And I think our fan base really champions us, and so whenever we give them something, shows and music, we can always pretty much rely that they'll support us.
But y'all also just giving credit where credit due. You guys champion yourselves. You out here at our age and straight are role models, you know what I'm saying, for people. And so I felt like I stepped out the interview before a minute just to give some props to the crew.
Hey, on that note, first of all, thank you. On that note, you murking it right now with your DIY, like for real. Like your campaign for your record is like, it's ice. Yeah, no doubt, bro. So same back right to you.
So I
speaking of
appreciate all the
DIY
fans and stuff too. Like, like that's one of my favorite parts of being out here, being able to connect with the fans and stuff.
So speaking of the fans and DIY, y'all ready to see the second design?
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, cool. Yes, sir. Yes, second design.
Oh, this is my favorite one.
Yeah,
it's the one I like. Number 2.
Yeah.
Boom. Yeah.
Yeah, that's tight.
That's fire. Yeah, that's fire.
Yeah, it looks like elements, you know? Yeah. Very cool.
That's fire.
Yeah.
Again, embroideryforheads.shop, 200 of those.
I said, what's up with that medium?
200 of those.
All right.
All right, fellas. So we're getting close to wrapping. If you all were still expanding the crew today, what MCs would you have?
Oh man,
I wouldn't be. Well, that's me. Like I don't see no reason for expansion. I could work with people, and that could be cool enough. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let me
But just
add to
hypothetically.
that. So we different. We not like these crews. We didn't go around looking for each other. We really grew up together. Even if we wasn't rapping, it'd still be us right here because we tied in like that. Name another crew that didn't go seek out their characters. We honed our skills amongst each other and grew as a family, and that's unique in hip hop too. And so I don't know what question I was answering.
This is a hypothetical, so it can be funny, right?
Yeah.
Hyro could benefit from having a white dude in the crew, right? We can have him in the crew.
Kick in some of the doors we can't get in.
We could have corrected Jay Carlo before he actually jumped off the stage, you know what I'm saying? And then we could have a pretty girl in the crew too.
Okay.
I would say Snow Allegra.
Snow Allegra.
Yeah,
All right. Snow all around.
But yeah,
Snow all around.
Exactly.
We did a Fergie.
Or international members.
Yeah.
A rapper that raps in a foreign language or something.
I
That's
think,
big over there.
I think to touch on what he was saying, it's like this thing kind of happened organically. You know, so it isn't even, even I didn't grow up with them, but even I just kind of got introduced within the cycle of like Dante Ross, who had signed Dell, kind of just connected us. You know what I mean? And so it just kind of happened. They didn't come like, oh, we need a producer from San Francisco. You know, it just worked. It just worked, you know? And so I think that's the key. And also the key to our longevity is that this happened organically. And and the reason why we've been together for so long is because we have this glue, which is hip hop. And we all haven't really changed much as far as how we perceive how hip hop should come out and how we should make it. You know?
And we all friends, you know what I'm saying? Like aside from the rap and the music and stuff, you know what I'm saying? That helps. You know what I'm saying?
Friends, families, crews always have ups and downs. So have you guys ever had any periods you had to navigate to get through, or has it always just been peace?
Yeah, but I want to, just from my point of view, sorry for starting so much. One thing that ties us together is equity. You know what I'm saying? I really think about that. A lot of other groups fall apart because they don't even got a building that they contribute to that keep tying them together. We could be not speaking for, I should say, assets and the equity we got in our assets. You know what I'm saying? We could not be speaking for a line, but you still tie it together to make sure that this thing that y'all got for your children remains a thing. And so you might not talk for 5 years and then things will smooth over and you'll be like, what's up? But we are bound by assets that we accumulated together.
That's an excellent point.
I think like any family, you're going to have your ups and downs, right? That's what we are really. And so it's never going to be perfect 100% of the time, particularly when you got as many of us. You know, we don't all think the same. We're all individuals. And so I think, but overall, like we're still here, we're still together. There's not one missing member on this tour. You know what I mean? And so, and that's 30 some odd years in. And that's so incredible.
Yeah. What's amazing about that too is that like with all of this time, we still got money on the table. And so we've been doing this together for 30 something years professionally, even longer than that as just human beings, you know. And after all of that time, I mean, when we look at our contemporaries who came out when we came out, completely different situations. 90% of them ain't even visible. Like, you know, 10%, half of that 10% ain't even together. Some have passed. You know, we're here all together after all this time, got the equity in our assets like Cash talked about, and there's money on the table, and we all alive. We love hip hop. It's like ups and downs, yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
let's
there's
get
bigger
it.
money.
Let's
on the
get
table.
it. Let's
Bigger
get
moments to take advantage of and leverage to create than ever before, actually. And that's partially because we existed for long enough for it to be something, you know, the equity has built up. Of course, we got to use our minds and our, you know, our attitudes the right way to make the most of it. But it's there in a way that it's bigger than it ever was before. And I think that kind of makes people be like, okay, what do we got to do to make the most of this? You know?
So one of the assets you guys have created is a full-blown cultural event in High Road Day. Can you talk about that, what it means to you, how it came about?
Oh, well, Casual, I guess somebody reached out to Casual about
It's funny
the fan
because
base, right?
I think we was like in the same, sitting in the
It was in
kitchen
the van
of
or something.
of the building. Somebody reached out and suggested that we make September 3rd into High Road Day to teach fans about it. And just like Tajay does, he was like, we should expand on this and make this actually be a High Road Day. But they was on the road, and I was like, I think we can make that come into fruition for the first High Road Day. So I had a little cast and crew that helped us put that together. And eventually it's something Tajay runs down so he can tell you more about the future of it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, it's grown. I mean, we've had the mayor declare it on multiple years that this is an official holiday. It's September 3rd, but we always have it on Labor Day, which the first year, 2012, it was on Labor Day. So it's on a Monday. And it's like the end of the summer, beginning of the school year, all that kind of stuff. So we've always had like free haircuts, stuff for the kids, all these things, backpacks, all kind of stuff. So it's a community event, but because we're hip hop based and the music folks and in the Bay, we always try to have like the up and comers, you know, folks that are on the cutting edge, new stuff, as well as us sort of golden era classic stuff, and a mix of all this, as well as like community engagement. So local food, local clothes, the local skaters, you know, all these things. And it's just grown and grown. I think this year, if everything, all the stars align, we're going to have 3. So we're going to have one in Southern California, we're going to have one in the Bay, and we're going to have another one in Canada. So it's growing. And we want it to be something that commemorates us after we're gone. Hopefully, it's the longest running hip hop festival in the Bay Area. And I mean, if you're looking at a lot of these other hip hop festivals, one of the longest running, period. We're in the year 14 or 14 at this point. So it's just, we want to be able to have something where we can put on for hip hop the same way Lollapalooza or somebody puts on for rock or whatever. And we wanted, it's been growing organically, and it's been a tough road, but I think we're in the clear as far as now we've understanding how to make it move in a different way so that more people can participate. And that's why we're expanding to these other cities too.
Love that. So Kaz, you got Blacc Magic just dropped last week. Anything you want to tell the people about that? And I'd love to have a deep dive, you know, one-on-one about that at some point, but you know.
Yeah, well, Blacc Magic really, a lot of people get confused about that because I dropped it on Friday the 13th too. I like playing with people's little scared, spooky.
Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying? But Blacc Magic is really Black excellence.
Yeah.
I mean, being at this age and spitting the way y'all hearing them spitting, come on now. I'm trying to show, I like to be an inspiration. I like to be an inspiration to people who look like me, and I think that's one of my most powerful tools is to inspire other people. And so I'm like, Blacc Magic, my record ain't even about me. It's about the other artists like me who might think it's over for them. I'm like, look, poof, listen to all these new bars and listen to all this thing that can get you juiced to say, man, I can do this too. And you notice they ain't saying it to me, but they saying it in a different ways. I've been getting contacted like artists like, yo, you got me on my shit, you know what I'm saying? And that's like, yo, we can get it popping. So that's Blacc Magic, just showing them like, Black don't crack, even with the bars. You know?
Yeah, your record, Making Them of the Mad Rapper, is probably the best breakdown I've ever heard of the music industry on a record. Like it's incredible. So definitely check that out. We'll come back and do a deep dive on that.
Of course, it's hella funny too.
And Pep, you got something. You dropped something in November, but you still released some singles. You want to talk about your project?
Oh yeah, I released an album called Acres of Diamonds that's just only on vinyl and cassette, and Yeah, it's been out for a few months, and you know, if you want to hear it, you got to buy it. There's not a lot that I can direct people to online or whatever. You just got to go come to our website or come to one of our shows and copy it, hear it for yourself.
Yeah, it's one only set only too.
Yep,
Dell
right,
just
right,
had
right,
his
like I said, only.
and Dell just had his Saturday Night Live debut last week with the Gorillas. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Y'all seen it, man. It went great though. Thanks to, you know what I'm saying? Thanks to everybody with the Gorillas team and stuff. It went great.
Yeah. Awesome. Souls, y'all got anything coming anytime soon?
Yeah. We got so we got a one-off deal with the record company. We're not really gonna say what it is right now because we don't want to blow it, but we've been working doing record company stuff. We're used to being independent, so we forgot what it's like dealing with a label. So we've been back and forth with this label. We recorded like a ton of songs, like 25 songs, and we should be releasing something soon.
Okay.
Oh, and like you said, I am still releasing singles.
Yeah.
You know, just music, loose music, whenever, you know, the spirit moves me. And that'll be available on the same day, Friday 13th. I dropped a song called Giant Fleet. The same day that Black Magic came out.
Yeah.
The Souls project is untitled at the moment, but it's coming very, very soon, and we'll be touring for it later on this year.
Breaking news. Love it. Love it.
It's fire.
Me and Dell have a project called Devil in the Details.
Okay.
And it's basically his, and I'm rhyming. I
was like, breaking news.
I got bars.
Domino's got bars. Yeah. Casual, Domino, Pep Love, Tajay, Festo, Opio, A+, and Dell. Thank you. Thank you.
Shout out to
Appreciate
DJ
it.
Teray, man. You know, who's here, but you know, limited space.
Shout out DJ Teray. Yeah.
DJ Teray.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah.
The price of freedom is set. We're coming to get our check.
Welcome, my brothers and my sisters. It's good to be here. We got much to discuss tonight, okay? Roland Martin's having another temper tantrum, y'all. Somebody needs to check on him. He's ranting about FBA. And I know for a lot of people that may seem, normal. It kind of is. It's like every other month or so. But why is he doing it right now? Like, for what reason right now in particular is he doing it? I know why, and you'll know why towards the end of this live stream. So that's why you need to stay tuned, okay? Because there is a reason he does it, but there's a pattern, okay? There's a method to the madness, so to speak, as to exactly why he's doing this, all right? What rant are we talking about? We're talking about this right here. We're talking about this right here.
Listen to so-called black-loving black people who got lots of smoke for Democrats, but they don't say nothing about this here. They don't say nothing about the poly markets and all of these little betting apps and how folks are making millions and millions and accounts opening right before Trump makes an announcement. Y'all, last week, Trump pardoned 77 people who engaged in Medicare and Medicaid fraud. Straight ass fraud. Folk buying pardons. One dude got arrested because he tried to extort somebody who owed him money for one of the pardons. So it amazes me when I listen to these people who sitting here, yeah, man, he buck dancing for the Democrats, when these people are doing what we said they were going to do, rape and pillage this country.
All right. I'm going to stop that. We're going to pause it, okay? He brings that up. What does he mean, buck dancing for the Democrats? And when we say buck dancing, normally we say people be doing tap dancing and all of this stuff. When we say the guy was buck dancing, we quite literally mean he was buck dancing. Let me show you. I'm so serious. This is him like for real, and this is not the only thing, okay? This man for real, he'll cut a rug. He will buck dance for real. This was him during the trying to get Hillary Clinton elected. This is how Roland is.
I told you I don't need the music. Don't let that ass
He's not even dancing to music, ladies and gentlemen. He's not even doing that. What he's doing is he's quote unquote teaching Hillary Clinton how to dance.
I told y'all need to be.
Now, the rant about FBA. I want you guys to understand this happens around election season. Every time the Democrats have a major loss, he goes on these FBA people, which is interesting. It's interesting because in one breath, he'll say we're just this online fringe group of people who really don't have any consequence in the world, you know, doesn't really matter what we think and what we say because we're just online, we're not anywhere. And then next thing you know, he's blaming us for everything. So in order for me to really break down this rant in particular, the most recent one, we're going to have to rewind and go back. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to rewind and we're going to go back. All right. Now, he's mad because he understands based off of the last election, it didn't go his way. It didn't go to Democrats.
On C-SPAN, on Washington Journal C-SPAN, Ann Coulter said the vice president was not a foundational black when host Peter Seen addressed Donald Trump's claim the vice president happened to turn black while running for office. Trump, of course, made those comments at the National Association of Black Journalists. Coulter said that laws created to make up for the legacy of slavery and being twisted to discriminate against white people in the name of diversity to the advantage of recent immigrants. Listen to this, fool.
In a recent Substack column, Ann Coulter, you wrote that probably inadvertently and for all the wrong reasons, Donald Trump made an important point when he said of the Democrats' most recent presidential nominee, she was always of Indian heritage and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. Why do you say that was an important point?
Well, I write about this a little bit in my book, Logs, about racial demagoguery, and also in Adios America about immigration. And that is, the important point he should have made is that the entire purpose of affirmative action set aside civil rights laws that limit constitutional rights to freedom of contract, freedom of association. All of that was to make up for the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow. So unless these benefits are going to, roughly defined, foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves, you've taken away the whole purpose of this. And that is exactly what's happened once we got this huge load of immigrants. Now, a Thai who arrived on Wednesday will get an advantage applying to college, applying to corporations over a heterosexual white male in particular. That's the biggest hate group, but any white American. And all of the civil rights laws have been, and affirmative action and so on, have been twisted into just anti-white hatred and open, egregious discrimination. So to make the point that Kamala isn't a foundational Black American, always pointing out to Black people. Hey, have you noticed Indians are getting all the good diversity jobs? What do we do to Indians? We didn't enslave them. Most of these immigrants coming in, most are from 90% of legal immigrants are from the third world. And mostly we've just run around saving them from earthquakes and tornadoes and crews and starvation. They owe us, we don't owe them. But to switch from the concept of integration and civil rights for Black Americans to this BSE diversity, it's nothing but discrimination against white people. And that,
which we know is not true. We know it's not true. So Ann Coulter, that's that white supremacist talk. We're gonna fast forward that. We're gonna fast forward. Let me get to his reaction. Hold on.
And others did not. Ridiculous. Media the last several years doing the exact same thing. And frankly, let's be real clear. Many of them are standing with Donald Trump. They are there. They are ops. They're there to be disruptive. And what's also ridiculous is that when these fools start talking to Renita, you're complaining about where the boat dropped people off. This notion that Haitians, Jamaicans, and others were not impacted by slavery is pretty stupid.
Okay. You're complaining about where the boat dropped people off. It doesn't matter where the boat dropped people off. This is the lie that I need, and I'm so very glad. I want you to see the joy through the camera that I'm having about this. I really want you to do that because I'm excited. I'm glad. I'm hopeful for the future because I'm glad we're dispelling that spell, that myth that the boat dropping us off of quote unquote different locations doesn't matter. It has no consequence. Now that's interesting because they don't say that to Caribbean people. Anytime there's CARICOM, anytime there's some type of holiday event, anything like that as far as them being an immigrant or as far as them being in different regions of the islands. They don't say, well, hold on, y'all, Jamaicans, Trinidadians, Grenadans, you know what I'm saying, Haitians, they're all really the same. The only difference is where the boat dropped you off. So what are you talking about? They don't do that, and Roland won't do that because Roland is Haitian. He's already admitted he's Haitian. All right? It's only when it comes to foundational Black Americans do we have to act as if the boat dropping us off, which completely changes, they make it seem like it's just a simple drop off as if it was in the next town over. That's literally how they make it seem. Like one dropped off in Virginia and then the next in North Carolina, like the next town over, the next couple of towns over. No, you drop them off in really a different continent. They're all the way in South America and we're in North America. We've dealt with completely different conditions. Slavery, yes. Harsh, yes. Inhumane, yes, we share those, but the conditions were vastly different. The fight to get out of slavery was different. The fight post-slavery was different, is different. So we're not going to sit up here and act like, well, you know, the boat dropping us off at a different location doesn't really matter. I don't even know why you're bringing it up. It's important. It's very important. It's the most important thing. All right. We cannot go anywhere in the world, really. But even if we went to the Caribbean, we couldn't go anywhere and be all like, you know what, the boat dropping us off, that's doesn't matter. We all came from the same place 600 years ago, didn't we? So come on now. We would no, we couldn't do that. We couldn't do that. So we're not going to sit up there and pretend that doesn't matter. But that was his rant because he understood the narrative when Kamala Harris was running. It was very important that she got, quote, this abundance of Black credibility. That was very, very important for her to win that campaign. Very, very important. And what we were saying from day one is, hey, you're not a foundational Black American. You're not even really Black, if we're going to be honest with you. But you're not a foundational Black American at all. Okay? Roland pushed against that because they needed the credibility of her being Black. That's why she was putting on a whole bunch of Southern accents and things like that. That's what she was talking about, cooking her greens or cleaning whatever her greens in the bathtub. That's what she was doing that because she needed to be Black because that was her policy. My policy for Black people is I am Black. So that's what you get. And that's the only thing she was offering us was being Black. So that's why they needed her to be Black, but we shut that down, all right? Let me show you the reactions of what happened after we shut that down, because we were blamed. Remember that. We were blamed. Yeah, we doing a little homework. We're going back in time a little bit.
Now, Roland, I noticed, even though they won, there are all of these chaos agents, these Trump supporters, these fake FBA ADOS people who are relentlessly everything that comes out of our mouth, they're countering in this chat and they're amplifying Donald Trump. So even though they won, they're not lighting up on their communication strategy because they understand that this is a cumulative impact of making sure that their narrative is the winning narrative. And so Democrats have to attack all of the conversations we have with the same level of discipline and relentlessness that Republicans are showing. That to me is the very first step, is being as relentless and as devoted to countering what the Republicans do. Now, I thought they did a pretty decent job during the Trump era of having their press conferences and pointing out all the bad stuff that Republicans were doing, but they didn't point out all the bad shit they were doing while Biden and Harris were in office. And so they have to not let up this election for the remainder of the Biden-Harris administration, and they have to invest in the same things that the Republicans have invested in. If they do that, then we have a fighting chance with West or with whoever else will be the nominee in 2028.
Rebecca.
You know what's really interesting, Reese? I was also reading the comments. I see a lot of the FBA and ADOS. Yep. And you know what? By any account, I am FBA and ADOS. My family has been in this country for centuries. Mm-hmm. We have survived for centuries. And what's always interesting is whether it's Tariq or Yvette and they're doing their discussions and they're talking about tangibles or lineage, how are we going to make decisions? And even with thinking about the concept of reparations, that still goes back to the economy. Mm-hmm. Right? Because we're now talking about personal economy. We're talking about things that are owed to those of us who are descendants of people who have built this country. But even still, what's also kind of weird for me, though, is even seeing the bots or the people with misinformation saying, well, oh, we should just burn the whole thing down. Mm. When has that ever, if you're ADOS or FBA, when has it ever been a Black American ideology of just burn all this down? Yeah. My family built this, and you tell me to burn down everything my family built? No, I'm going to take it over because it's mine anyway.
Well, but here's what's interesting, though.
All right, no, let's break that down. Now, let me get to this woman right here. What she's doing is she's trying to signal that there needs to be a massive propaganda campaign for the Democrat Party. The propaganda campaign for the Democrat Party was not big enough. This is what she's saying. She's talking about how really us, okay, when I say us, I mean me, I mean you, me and you, all of us together, we have dispelled all of the lies, the narratives that the DNC is talking about. We've debunked that. We've bought receipts up, and we've been demanding, and this has been, really ever since Obama, but we've been demanding tangibles and specific policies for foundational Black Americans. And more people are starting to realize, like, you know what? They do got a point. Now, FBA is not a group or organization, but they be all like the FBAs, people who use the term FBA, do have a point with that, and it's starting to grow. So what she's talking about is she's talking about massive campaigns to kind of push us down, massive campaigns to spread propaganda against anybody who uses the term foundational Black American. This is what she's talking about, because they can't successfully confuse people. They can't successfully tell a lie and manipulate people if you have people like you and I who are out here telling the truth. If we're out here debunking all of these DNC lies, if we're out here holding people accountable, they can't do that. Okay? They're running from real people. I've met several people from YouTube in real life. Some people stop me like at the gym or at different places at the store and all that stuff. They see me in person. You don't get to see Roland or any of them in person. Not that you would want to, but you don't get to do that. You don't get to do that because they're hiding from the people. They're not real people of the people. Let's remember, y'all, Roland Martin got paid $300,000 for that interview he did, which turns out not to be successful at all, for Kamala Harris. Remember? Kamala the chameleon, Kamala the cop, Scamala, whatever name you want to say. He got paid over $250,000 for that. I have not taken no money from no politician, from no political party, from no organization, no nothing. Everybody you guys watch, everybody you guys trust, don't. Okay, none of us do. We are real, authentic, grassroots people who really are in touch. We're not bought and paid for. We don't even have ads from, not to say I would be opposed to doing ads from Black folk, but I'm saying we don't have like Pepsi and Doritos and all of that stuff. Be all like, oh yeah, let's sponsored by M&M. Like, we don't do that. We don't do that. We're straight for the people and the people only. This is why he can't have no real genuine debate. I would debate him. He's not going to do that, though. So she's talking about they need to pretty much shadow, because we get shadow banned. Okay. YouTube promotes what they got going on. That's what she's talking about. All right. Because she's worried. She said these people are only growing. Their numbers are getting bigger. Their voices are being more trusted than ours. So in order for us to deal with anything, we need to shut them down. Okay. Now this woman right here, she's talking about she's FBA and her family goes back centuries and all of that in this country. I don't know who she is. I don't know if that's true or not true, but for the sake of the argument, we're just gonna say it is. Now she's gonna talk about you guys, even when it comes to reparations and all that, which she didn't really make a point with that, just brought up that has to do with the economy. Okay. She said, y'all don't want to burn this down. Y'all don't want to burn this down. How dare you guys say about burning this down? My family built this. Ma'am. Not a single one of us have said anything about burning anything down. Nobody is burning nothing down. You don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. We want to repair and make whole our people. That is it. We're not talking about mass destruction or chaos. These are the things, y'all, that they're doing. I want you to think about this again. The first lady came up and was talking about she wants pretty much to snuff us out because our voices are too powerful. Okay, or gaining the trust of the people. We got to get snuffed out. Then she comes up and talks about, oh, how could you guys say you want to burn down America, burn down what my family built? How could you guys say that? What she's trying to do is make us seem like we're some type of anarchist chaos agents who don't want peace, who don't want civility, who don't want justice, and who wants to burn down America and bring about chaos in the country. That's what she's trying to do, because when she can put that jacket on the movement, because FBA is not the movement, but when she can put that jacket on the movement, it's easy for us to be labeled as some, what they call xenophobic, what's another thing they say? Xenophobic, alt-right, self-hating, xenophobic, alt-right, self-hating, broke, unintelligent hate group. They use all of those things. That's why she said the thing about burning America down. When have you heard any foundational Black American talking about, I'm going to burn down America? We should just burn it all down. When have you heard that? You haven't. You haven't. Okay. But she's saying that because she wants us to be labeled as a hate group. That's what she's saying that. Okay. This was him. Let's get, this was, remember, I'm talking about every single time the Democrats lose, whether they lose a general election, whether they lose a presidential election, every time the Democrats are having a hard time, here comes Roland ranting about foundational Black Americans, which is why he's going on his recent rant. I'm doing all of this to let you guys see the pattern.
All of you FBA B1 people who are out there yelling about how more checks were coming and Trump was sitting here, y'all wanted tangibles. Oh, Trump was going to give you tangibles. Oh, you can bank on the tangibles that Donald Trump is going to give you. It's going to be a foot in your ass.
First off, this man's eyes couldn't be bucking anymore. Can we get some Google eye emoji in the chat room, ladies and gentlemen? I just want you to listen to it. Just listen, look at it. Look at it. This man's eyes is bucking. He needs to close his, it looked like it's about to pop out his head. God, it's even creepier when you turn the sound off. Oh my God. Okay.
Oh, you can bank on the tangibles that Donald Trump is going to give you. It's going to be a foot in your ass. And your mama and your daddy. And
first off, I see why. See, I don't want to blame myself, but y'all about to get me started. It's too early for jokes right now, but y'all about to get me started. Don't hype me up. Don't get me started. I'm doing it to myself. I'm blaming y'all, but don't get me started. Okay. Don't do it. Why does he look like he's telling a very scary story? It looks like he has a flashlight under his face and like at a campfire or something like that. And he's telling some very scary story, just the tone and the rhythm of how he's speaking with his eyes bucking out of his head.
all of you FBA B1 people who are out there yelling about how more checks were coming and Trump was sitting here, Y'all wanted tangibles. Oh, Trump was going to give you tangibles. Oh,
Oh, Trump was going to give you tangibles. Oh, yes. The tangibles are coming. But you don't know. You need to be careful for what you wish for. That. Okay, let me stop. Okay, let's get back to it. Let me stop.
You can bank on the tangibles that Donald Trump is going to give you. It's going to be a foot in your ass. And your mama and your daddy and your grandparents and your aunts and your uncles and your cousins and your friends. And then I'm just letting y'all know, Reese, Greg, Nyambi, myself, and others are going to be sitting here looking at y'all going, it's above me now. Because y'all were some dumbasses who spent 4 years shitting on Biden. Then you shit on Vice President Harris. Y'all said she wasn't a sister. Y'all talked about how she cooked collard greens. Y'all acted like some assholes about Hillary and hot sauce. Y'all talked about all this sort of stuff like this. And you knew what y'all to get? Butt naked nude model First Lady Melania Trump. What y'all about to get is the twice impeached, criminally convicted felon in chief Donald Trump. And then I want to hear y'all yell about tangibles.
Yeah, we still on that. Yeah, we still on tangibles, buddy. We still on tangibles. We ain't never broke up from tangibles. We've never stopped tangibles. Yeah, a foot in y'all ass. And the fear that he's trying to invoke, he's trying to put fear in us. It's still not getting us off the couch, and he's frustrated about that.
You, Nola, when you sit elections out, you get what you get. And for the people who go, oh my God, I didn't think it was going to go this far. I mean, again, you can't say they didn't tell you. They said it. We warned people. Yeah, y'all shilling. Yeah, y'all know who y'all are. Y'all know. If I had to do a roll call of all them Simple Simon Negroes, yeah. If I had to, don't get me started. I could run the tables on Vicky Dillon, Boyce Watkins, Tariq Nasheed, Umar Johnson, Philip Scott. Oh yeah, Black Authority. All y'all. Look at them, they shilling. Look at them, they shilling for the Democrats. They just chill. Yeah, look at y'all just shit. But ask Breonna Taylor mama how she feel today. Ask Tamika Mallory and the folks at Until Freedom who literally moved to Louisville, fighting 5 years trying to make this thing happen. Folk who invested time and energy, got COVID, folks was sick and all that sort of stuff.
Now, we're going to do a little survey. We're going to do a little test, little survey, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're going to do. So, all of the people that roll a name, let me rewind that. Because I'm going to ask you guys a question after I rewind it so you guys can remember the names. I'm going to ask you a very important question. Then we're going to get back to the current rant, okay? And then break down why this current rant is taking place.
I had to? Don't get me started. I could run the tables on Vicky Dillon.
Okay, there's Vicky Dillon.
Boyce Watkins. Tariq Nasheed. Umar Johnson. Philip Scott. Oh yeah, Black Authority. All y'all.
And the Black Authority. Okay. All right. So let me ask you guys a question. We're going to do a little survey. It's going to be fun. If you guys think that any of the people, he said, Vicky Dillon, Boyce Watkins, Tariq Nasheed, Umar Johnson, and the Black Authority. If you guys think that any one of them or all of them would whoop, downright humiliate Roland Martin in a debate, in a conference, or whatever the case may be, whatever he wanted to set up. It sounds like it would be a debate. Okay. If you think that, I want you to put the black fist emoji in the chat room. Now, hold on. If you think that Roland would win, put the donut emoji in the chat room. I want a big fat donut, jelly-filled donut. If they have that emoji, put a jelly-filled donut. I don't think they do, but if they do, put it in there. Let's see how many people. A lot of people think that, I thought so too. Yeah, I thought so too. Yeah, Roland Martin. I could beat all of them. I can run the tables around them. Okay, well, you know what? It's crazy. If you could run the tables around all of the people that you just mentioned, it's crazy that you're always complaining about the influence that they have. Because of these people that you mentioned, the people that you named, if they don't have any type of intelligence or anything like that, why are you complaining about the influence? They shouldn't matter in the grand scheme of things, but yet you're bringing them up. He's bringing them up because he's upset that people listen to them and take what they say seriously, and they don't take what he says seriously. The only people that listen to Roland Martin are the people who've been listening to Roland Martin for like 30 years. These are old boomers who listen to Roland Martin. Let's be honest. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the boomer generation. I'm just trying to say what it is, because he's already showed his like metrics, because you can actually see the age demographic metrics when you go to your YouTube analytics. You can actually tell that. You can tell, and he's shown it, most of the people who listen to him are like from 50 to 65 plus. They're middle-aged people, a solid majority, like 2/3. Okay? Unlike all of us who have a balanced spectrum of people who listen to us. Not like him at all. He's upset because of the influence. Now, he's upset right now. Why is he upset right now? I'm going to show you guys right here. Hold on. Okay, hold on. He's upset right now because there was an election. Okay, the midterms coming up. I told you guys that, right? So the midterms are coming up, and the Democrats need a lot to win. The Democrats are going to need a lot to win. So we're going to show you guys that right now. Here we go. I had to pull. Okay. The Democrats need a lot to win this midterm.
Of key primaries coming up this summer in races where Democrats are hoping they'll be able to compete in the fall. And while Democrats are increasingly confident they can overcome Republicans' narrow majority and retake the House, their path to victory in the Senate is much more complicated. Joining me now to break it down is our NBC chief data analyst, Steve Kornacki. So Steve, give us the reality check here. How realistic is it that Democrats are actually going to be able to retake the Senate? And if so, what is their path in order to do so?
Yeah, Mel, I guess the answer to that question is, how realistic do you think it is for Democrats to win in not one, but two pretty deeply pro-Trump states? That's what they'd have to do to get the Senate. Look at it this way. Here's the big picture map. Democrats need a net gain of 4 seats if they're going to take back the Senate. Now, the first order of business for them is they don't want to lose any ground. They got to protect a couple seats here. The 3 you're thinking of there, it's John Ossoff in Georgia. It's also Democratic-held seats in New Hampshire and Michigan. They don't want to lose any of those. That would only add to the Republican majority and make the Democrats' hill probably too steep. But if they do win those 3, hold on to them, then they still need that net gain of 4 seats. And they'd be looking to do it probably from this list. These are the 6 Republican seats that I think to some degree folks think are going to be in play this year. Now, again, Democrats need 4. You could look at Maine, Susan Collins running in a state that already didn't vote for Trump. That's the most realistic for Democrats. Of course, Collins has survived in some tough conditions before, but that could be one for Democrats. North Carolina, Democrats excited about their candidate there, the former governor, Roy Cooper. Trump only won it by 3 points. That's not unrealistic at all for Democrats. That could be 2, but then draw a line there because the complexion politically of these states changes. Ohio, Alaska, Iowa, Texas, Democrats hoping to pick up Republican seats here. All of them double-digit states for Donald Trump. These aren't just red states. These are, in the Trump era, these are very red states, certainly in 2024. And in the political atmosphere is just different in red states. Take a look at this. This from sort of a compilation of all of our NBC News, CNBC polling. Our pollsters put this together here. Trump states. That's what we're talking about. Democrats needing to win at least 2 of those Senate races here versus swing states versus Harris states. Views of Donald Trump. In swing states, they're almost 10 points more negative than positive. In Trump states, Trump is above water by 3 points. Views of the Democratic Party, they're not good anywhere. 23 points negative in swing states, but almost 10 points worse
Now,
than that.
I just want to pause that. And I want you guys to look at the screen. Turn your attention to the screen, please. I want to make an example, or I want to make a point. In Trump states,
in the damn show. I appreciate y'all tapping in. Shout out to Cow Dog. Shout out to Cool. Shout out to Twin and Mac. Catch y'all later. Continuation part 2 and Survivor's Black Experience Enhanced. See y'all then. Peace. Jesus.